I suppose when it's your hometown, you always have that affiliation with it. So to me, Blackburn is just home. And I don't suppose I could imagine living anywhere else because I'm quite a home bird, really. So, yeah, it's my hometown.
Good, thank you. And were you involved with guides and things when you were growing up yourself?
Yes, I joined Guides when I was 13, and I've stayed in guiding ever since, really. And hence, when one of us saw that King George's Hall was celebrating its 100 years, we thought, oh, well, we would get in touch because last year we celebrated 100 years of girl guiding in Blackburn. And we did produce a little booklet about 100 years in guiding, and quite a few of our photographs, etc., in it are connected with events that we had at King George's Hall, either through the Blackburn division or through the county, because it was always a good venue for us to use. It sort of had all the attractions of being in central place, etc. Apart from guiding, my big memory of King George's Hall, I think, I'm sure it was there, where we had to all go for the polio injection when I was a little girl because there was an outbreak of polio. So that's what I remember, a very vague memory of having to queue up and have a sugar lump. But I've my first experience as a guide was every year in February, the 22nd of February, we celebrate Thinking Day, where we remember guiding and scouting throughout the world. And around the nearest weekend to that, we always had a big service in King George's Hall, and I was chosen to carry the flag. Now, I'm not very tall, so I was even smaller when I was 13, and having to walk up these big steps on the stage with the flag, it was just, oh, you know, it like took your breath away, and then you looked around and it used to be full. Obviously in those days we'd a lot more members, and the downstairs would be full of everybody in the uniform, some of upstairs, and then all the parents used to come as well, and it was lovely. You saw all the flags coming down the hall and then going up onto the stage. It really, if you talk to any older guides now, they love the Thinking Day, or even people who've been in guides, they'll say, oh, I remember being in King George's Hall. So it was always a big event in the year.
What was that like for you? Sort of, you mentioned a bit about feeling really sort of a bit nervous, but how was it sort of going on the stage and walking into that room?
Well, I think you felt quite important because, you know, it was like, oh, you know, you were in your uniform, and we all used to wear hats then, which obviously girls probably today would laugh at, but we always, you know, you had to, you know, shine your badges and everything, and you had to hold, we'd have the Friday before, you know exactly where to sit and hand your flag in. And it was a lot of pride, really, and the mayor used to attend, so you have that thought of being there with all the town's dignitaries and the commissioners and things like that. So it was very thrilling and a bit overwhelming, really, but we did feel very proud. I think that would be the word. Yeah. So that was my earliest memory. Do you want me to tell you a little bit about what the guides have done with King George's Hall?
Yeah, that would be. Oh. Okay, so we've had a couple of technical issues, but we're back. I think you were just explaining to me about the Thinking Day, and then you were just going to sort of elaborate on more events that you'd had at King George's.
Yeah. Some of the other events that we'd had, one that is really prominent in my memory was I was the division commissioner for girl guiding, and it was the Queen's 50th Jubilee celebration. We called the event ER50, and we booked King George's Hall and the Windsor Suite and etc. We had access to lots of the rooms, and we had a massive event for all rainbows, brownies, guides, leaders, etc. And it lasted the whole day. It was on the 11th of September, and in 2002 to celebrate the Queen's Jubilee. And we had lots of different events going on for the girls to participate in, like steel drum bands, crafts through the decades. And it was a really, really wonderful event to see everybody there all together. And again, we then finalised with not really a service, but in the King George's Hall at the end, a celebration with singing and dancing. It was just a lot of people, again, now they're probably the age where their daughters are in Brownies, Guides and Rainbows, and they'll recall going to it. And again, it was an ideal venue because you were all contained in the one space, but it was big enough to have an impact. And it was also better than using a school because they go to school every day, and this was like a different type of building. So that's a really big one. The other things we used to do when they had National Youth Week, we used to have like a stand on the National Youth Week to promote girl guiding. And we also used to attend the Scout celebration, the King George's, the St. George's event that the Scouts always had in King George's Hall. And again, it was always wonderful to see so many young people, you know, using the facility that was there in the town centre that they probably hadn't been in. Back in the 1980s, in 1985, we had a sing and dance spectacular that was arranged by the county. And this was called Brownie Magic. It was to celebrate 75 years of Brownies. And the county had been looking for a venue where people could get the children from all the Lancashire East, Burnley, Darwen, Accrington, Haslingden, Rosendale, all around. And again, they chose King George's Hall. It just worked really, really well. So that's something that perhaps older people might remember being involved with. And then back in the, also in the 80s, they decided to have a reunion of former members. And we used the Windsor Suite then. And it was like a dinner dance type of affair that we invited people to. And if you'd ever been involved in guiding, this was just for adults. If you'd ever been involved in guiding, you were invited to come along and join in. So I think there's quite a few people around the town. If you've been involved in girl guiding, King George's Hall will have featured at some point in your guiding life. You'll have been to some event probably there. And it's still a venue that's sort of always on our radar, I think, because of the centralness of it.
Yeah. Is there a big guiding community in Blackburn?
In Blackburn, we have probably about 500 members now. But when the events that I'm recalling, we probably had more like 1,800. Obviously, when I was growing up, there wasn't as many opportunities. So guiding probably attracted more people. Young people now have lots of different fields that they can go in. And also, sadly, guiding suffers from lack of leaders. We do struggle. We could attract more members, more girls, if we had more leaders. But sadly, we don't seem to get the people coming forward to, it's perhaps through work commitments or whatever. We do struggle for leaders now. But we've still got about 500 members in Blackburn. And obviously the county, Lancashire East, is quite a big, when you get at a county standard, you are looking at a lot more members.
Cool, thank you.
We did produce a booklet for the our centenary, and as I mentioned before, some of the pictures and everything that are in it are of events that we had at King George's Hall. So I know a lot of the older ladies now who perhaps aren't involved in guiding will have lots of tales to tell.
Yeah. Is there any sort of one memory or particular story that you can remember that sticks out at King George's? Or
I think my personal one, apart from being a guide and being enthralled by all these people being together, etc., is when I was division commissioner and we did do the ER50. It was a huge event. You know, we had to use the college grounds and everything for the girls to be meet on, you know, logistically to arrange getting them safely from outside, inside on a busy Saturday. But that event stands out in my mind, one I'm particularly proud of that we did. And being on the stage then and looking at us all and saying, yeah, we were celebrating a national event, but it felt very personal to Girl Guiding. So that was one. And I think we got lots of support from the local authority and from King George's Hall. So we did pay something to use the hall, but it was quite you know, it wasn't a huge amount, so it was really a good thing for us to use it. So that would be my lasting memory, I think, ER50.
Lovely, thank you. So would you say that you had, or do you have perhaps still a good relationship with King George's? Like,
we haven't had as many events in the past. On a personal level, I've been to a couple of things myself, like the shows that they've had, or the pantomimes and things like that. So I have, you know, been to it as just a member of the town, if you will. I think it's something that perhaps as Girl Guiding we need to think about, because sometimes, as I said before, the schools are good venues because they can hold the numbers and have the facilities that we need, but it's sometimes nice to get away from a school environment for the girls because they're at school themselves. So it's perhaps something we need to look at in the future, that maybe it would be, you know, somewhere we could use.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. Thank you. And you sort of mentioned pantomime as well. Did you ever go and take some of the girls to the pantomime? Or
I have done, yes. We have taken them or to a show, and you know, again, it's ideal because it's local. So quite a lot of some of the units, not just me personally, but some of the guide leaders have taken them to the pantomimes because it's, you know, as I say, you've not got to think, oh, how are we going to get them there? The parents can drop them off, etc.
Yeah. Can you tell me a bit about the pantomimes there?
I just think it's fun because the girls themselves, sometimes they haven't been to shows and things like that. So to go with their friends rather than have to go with parents, it's always a big experience for them. I think as the leader, you smile because you're always in and out of the toilet. Somebody always wants to be taken. But yeah, it's just nice to see them having fun. So I think it's nice to have somewhere local where you can take them to have fun.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was just wondering, possibly sort of looking forward, do you think there's a way that King George's could perhaps like work with the community or be sort of a bit more ingrained in the community? Just thinking about how going forward, perhaps you would think about how King George's can adapt.
I think it would be good, particularly for a group like ourselves who have a few hundred members. So if you were then asking parents to come to watch something, you would need a big venue. Then it would be good if we could get that link back where we could also keep the cost down, because obviously with Girl Guiding, it is a charity. So if we have to put an event on, whilst we do charge the girls often to come to an event, we don't like to charge them much more than like £10 and things like that. You know, so for us to put an event on when you have to think of all the things you need, if you're then to pay a massive amount for your venue, which is often the biggest cost. We were going to have something last year, but it was cancelled due to the pandemic, and we were having a marquee. And say, for example, that was going to be the big cost, the venue, you know. So I think if we could have something where it could give support to organisations that are charities, that would attract us to use the venue, because as I say, it is good because it's central. It's got good like hygiene, toilet facilities. It's got the space, but often the cost would put us off.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know. I mean, I don't work for King George's, so you can sort of say that. It's fine. Yeah. Is there anything else that you'd like to add? I think I've sort of covered the points.
I think it was, we just wanted, I think, to be sort of mentioned when we saw that they were celebrating 100 years, to mention how they'd given us a good link. There's some happy memories at King George's Hall from the guiding community. So I think that's what we just wanted to get that message over.
I left in May 79, left St Wilfrid's, and went straight to King George's on the casual list. Because Peter Woods, who was the technician at school, he was involved in the local amateurs. And when I said, I was interested in working in a theatre, he sort of put me in touch with King George's. And I think the first show we ever did was Kiss Me Kate with the Blackburn amateurs back in 79.
So you were 16-ish, 17?
16, yeah, because I'm an old 16 because I was born in September, so I was coming up to 17.
Right, okay.
So and then the rest is history, really, from that point of view. It was off and on, because I was on the casual at the time. I managed to do other things, so I toured for a while, sort of learned the trade, and then kept coming back. There was always work because it was busy. And then when a full-time job came up, that was, I'm not sure what year that was. It was 80, I think it was. So that, yeah, I was there ever since, up until 2 years ago. Oh, sorry, not off and on. I left for a year and then came back, and left for another year and came back. So.
And had you been to King George's before?
My father was involved in the Model Railway Club, so they used to have their exhibitions in the old Regency Hall as it was then. So way back from the year, I was about 89. I used to go to the exhibitions there, and then they moved into the Windsor Suite, and then up into the concert hall. So I've been going quite a few years before that, and my mum used to take me to wrestling and things like that. So yes, I have been in. So.
Did you ever think, I fancy working here? Is that something that...
Not when I was that young, no. I think once I started doing it at senior school, I got an interest for it. And it was something I would like to do. I mean, I always wanted to be a fireman, but that never happened. So I ended up working at King George's.
Do you remember that first day going in? How was that for you? Or really early times?
Yeah, I sort of do, yeah. I mean, I remember the first show we did, Kiss Me Kate. And it just seemed to come naturally. I was technically minded, and I used to enjoy being on the practical side. So it was almost second nature, I've been doing it at school. So yeah, I felt really at home. Yeah. Hence I stayed there so long.
Can you just describe to me what you're actually doing in the...
We built a stage set, and then we did the lighting, and then we sort of ran the show. Kiss Me Kate, there is a part in it where the actual stage crew walk on stage as part of the show. So we had to do that. So probably my first and only time I've ever appeared in front of an audience. But no, it was lighting, sound, stage sets, and just stage management.
So was that your role, like stage manager, operations?
I was just a stage hand.
Okay, cool.
Just a stage hand on that one.
Cool.
Progressed through over the years,
So how was that kind of progressing through the ranks, if you like? Was it easy, difficult?
It was easy if you've got that ability. I think it was just so easy just to progress through, to the bigger stuff. And we used to have concerts up in the concert hall, which was called King George's Hall, and not in the concert hall. They're on a larger scale than downstairs in the Windsor Suite. Still the same technical infrastructure, just on a bigger scale. So it just grew and expanded. It's because when I first started at King George's, it was only actually 3 halls. There was only the Regency Hall, Windsor Hall, and the concert hall. Blakey's wasn't there then. So we'd only 3 halls to worry about in real terms. There wasn't much happening in the Regency Hall as it was until about 1984 when they put a disco rig in and recalled it the Blue Room. And that opened a whole new avenue of disco lighting and trussing, and it was horrible. I hated the room. But yeah, they called it the Blue Room and then sprayed it blue. So
What did they do in there? I've not heard about
they
that.
had discos on sort of Monday nights and Friday nights, and yeah, it was just a disco basically. So
How come you hated it?
it was just the atmosphere of it. It was just a jet blue room, if you will. It was just dark and horrible, and then all the disco lights kicked in, and I wasn't really into disco lighting, more theatre lighting. So and all
Just
the
not
repair
for you.
and all the repair and maintenance that went along with it, because there was lots of light. So it was quite an interesting time, really. And then they decided on the refits. I mean, we had the fire as well in the concert hall. So there's lots of refits going on. That's when the separate floors were put in the Windsor Hall, which created Blakey's. So the actual tops of the windows in Blakey's, the windows in Blakey's are actually the tops of the windows of the old Windsor Hall. It's hard to visualise now if you've never seen it like that, but lots of changes, it's and we ended up with 5 halls altogether, with things going on in each one. So over the years it grew.
Okay, that's really interesting. I'm interested in this growth. But I'd just like to go back, you touched on it there, like the fire. Can you tell me about what happened with that?
Yeah, we got a call about 3 o'clock in the morning on Sunday morning, saying that the concert hall was on fire. Come down, basically. So we went down. We showed the firefighters some of the areas that we knew that they could get to places. But it was horrible to see. There was just a glow on the stage, and the fire had started because there used to be a central entrance onto King George's Hall stage, and now there's one either side, but there used to be a central one, and the fire started in a corner. They don't know how it started. They've no idea. They never will. But all the drapes were rolled up on the floor, and it started in one of the drapes and just took out one side of the stage, really. Gutted the organ, which is a real shame. Did a lot of damage, but then progress, it turned out into be a rectangular stage then, as opposed to a semicircular one, which was a lot better. So it had its benefits, and I think we got 2 out of the 3 concerts on the following days. We managed to get 2 out of 3 on. So even though the place was charred and it looked horrible, but we managed to do it. And I think in one of the autograph books, I'm not sure who was it. I can't remember who it was now, but he's put, you're like a phoenix rising from the ashes. So if you get a chance to have a look at that, then it's there in the autograph book. Gary Moore, I think it was. Was it Gary Moore? Yeah, Gary Moore. So
yeah, I'll have a look.
They were interesting times.
So was that the organ that was there then? Was that the original organ from 1921?
Was, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was given to, the fascia, I believe, was given to the people of Blackburn. There's a plaque on it commemorating one of the wars. But the organ itself was beyond repair. That's still the original fascia, though. They just revarnished it and resanded it. It's all solid oak, so it survived, fortunately, but it gutted the inside. Which was a real shame because it was a lovely instrument. It was a full blast. It was great.
Yeah, so do you have any ideas of how it would have started, perhaps from a tech point of view? Or
there's theories, but I'm not going to say that. There's theories.
Can you say that? I'm really interested.
One of the guys that used to work with us used to always smoke his cigarettes right down to the end because you could smoke then, and he would have been the last person to walk through that entrance, and he would have possibly dropped his cigarette, which smouldered in the folded up drapes. That's one of the theories, because there's no electrical equipment there at all, so it wasn't an electrical fault.
Okay.
we'll never know. We'll never know.
Don't speculate too much. No, that's interesting. Like, I've never I haven't spoke to anyone yet about the fire. I just sort of know of it.
There's not lots of people that were there then. There's probably, I think there's 4 of us on the technical side. There used to be 6 of us at one time, but we were that busy. But yeah, we got the call, and it was sad to see the orange glow on stage, and to start cleaning it up, extended the stage, built a scaffold, got scaffold built, put the drapes in. And it was sad to see the Steinway actually sat on stage right in the middle of the fire. We just played it once, and then that was it. It wouldn't play again. But apparently that's still going. Is that piano? They refurbished it, and it's still about, because quite a young number on it. I think it was something like 40 something was the number, 0040. So it's quite an old piano, and it's still going strong, I believe.
Oh, that's good.
Piece of history.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so could you just tell me, you mentioned a bit about the changes over the years, perhaps just maybe a bit of a timeline, I guess, of the changes that you've seen, maybe going back from all the way back to the beginning, and then, yeah, if you can just talk me through
I was trying to rack my brains of exact what year it was when Blakey's went in. I think it was about 83, 84. Sort of time of the Culture Club gig, because they put the floor in and separated at the balcony level from the Windsor Hall, but hadn't gone right to the offices, because if you look on the outside of King George's on the Northgate side, there's the big windows which are now entrances into East to East and Northgate Suite. Well, there used to be actually the windows of the offices which ran down that corridor. So when they first put Blakey's in, there was still the office corridor. So when you go into King George's through the main entrance, you used to turn right through the single doors down to Windsor, and there's a staircase up. When they first put Blakey's in, they decided that they were going to build that corridor, keep that corridor there. But then they extended it again, took the offices out, and that's why Blakey's goes right to the road now, because they needed to create another entrance to it. So that was because the original entrance was from the very front, from Blakey Moor originally. But then they moved it around to the side to Northgate. That was quite a big development. Massive change for us, because obviously we could do shows in Blakey's or shows down in Windsor, but what they didn't think about was the sound transfer between the two. So you get a local band playing in Blakey's and a quiet whatever downstairs, and it was chaos. It just didn't work. But it had been a problem up until East to East took over, so it was never going to change. So that was down to programming, obviously. But we used to do the comedy club. The comedy club first started in Blakey's, or it started in the Regency Hall, actually, then moved to Blakey's. The likes of all sorts of comedians. I'm trying to think of his name. Liverpool comedian John Bishop. His first gig was down in the old Regency Hall, and then was into Blakey's, then Windsor Hall, and then was selling out the concert hall, and still does. So you can track people's careers from that. And then the concert hall changed because of the fire. They decided to take the choir stalls out, because there were semicircular choir stalls on stage. It used to be a pain to operate on that stage because it was a semicircle. They took all the choir stalls out, moved the stage back, and then obviously put the bleacher seating in for the choir stalls. But it made it a lot more usable. Even though there's a step on it, it still works. They put the big lighting grid in, and they did change it quite considerably, really, which worked for us. But of course, then we got the bigger concerts, so you had a concert down in the Windsor Suite, you had a concert in Blakey's, and then you had a concert in the concert hall, and then they moved us down to 3 of us, and then 4 of us, and it was busy times.
So was that through like redundancies or sort of?
I think it was just remodelling. They thought 3 people could run 4 or 5 venues, as opposed to 5 people running 5 venues. I think at the time it was the council policy trying to save money. There were still casual people then, so it was obviously the casual people that went. The full timers, there's natural wastage, I think, sometimes. But it became hard work. We couldn't run the whole building as a going concern with too few staff. It's so, but that was down to programming.
So would it just have to be sort of alternating?
Yeah, we tended to use Blakey's as a as a pre-show bar, then an interval bar. So it didn't make sense to put something on in there when you got a big concert in the concert hall. And same with the noise transfer downstairs. So you were limited what you could do, but when you got 2,500 people in the concert hall, you didn't really need anybody else in the building. Just cause chaos. Because all the entrances are sort of interlinked, and it would be hard. It was hard work.
Yeah, I can imagine. With 3 of you trying to run all of that.
Yeah, it was hard work. But we get through it. The show goes on and all that. It's yeah. And we tend to work better under pressure as well.
So who were the colleagues that you were working with?
There was a guy called Nick Smith. Well, back when I first started, there was Jeff Peake, who became the manager of the hall. He was a technician. His brother Gordon, a guy called Phil. I think back now. And then we moved on to a girl called Anne, Colin, Dave. I can't think of the second names now. It's a long time ago. And then I came back as technical manager when a guy called Dave left, because Quentin Seed took over. He was technical manager. He took over the running of the hall. And I got Dave, who got his job, because I'd left by then. He went off sick just as I got laid off from the job I was doing. So I walked back in and said, I'm free if you need help. And I got the job eventually. And then I worked with Simon, who's the technical manager now. A guy called Martin, a guy called Ricky Royal. There's been a few very good technicians. Yeah. All passionate about the concert hall and King George's Hall.
Lots of staff by the sounds of it.
Over the years, yeah.
Are you, would you say, one of the sort of longest serving staff?
I was. Like I said, I've left. I'll leave and then go back. It seems to be just for a change, I think, more than anything. But always seemed to go back at the right time when they needed somebody. So yeah, it's just I was a longer serving member. So I think it was total 3 years since 1979 out. So
what did you do when you say you took years out?
The first time I went down to Folkestone, to the Leescliffe Hall in Folkestone as their technical manager. That was a challenge. It was something different, somewhere different. A guy called Tim Husbands, who used to be one of the programmers, he got the manager's job down there, and just gave me a call one day and said, "There's a job going. Do you fancy applying for it?" Yeah, why not? Like you do. It was more money. It was a different part of the world and part of the country, and it was just right at the time. My mum had died, and so it was just everything was right about it. And I went down there for 3 years, I think it was, or 2 years, 2.5 years, and then came back and worked for a music hire company, installing jukeboxes. That didn't last very long. Wasn't me. And then I went back to King George's.
You feel like you've always been drawn back to it?
Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird feeling. It's always been there for me. I've always been there for it, and it's always been there for me. A few years later, I left and started work for the Scout Association as development officer. That working for volunteers was a nightmare. I didn't enjoy it at all, and went back to King George's. So it just, it's always been there for me, and I'll always be there for it. Which is why I was interested in doing this. My whole career has been at King George's, really. My whole working life has, definitely.
Cool. That's a really nice way of putting it, I think.
It has, yeah, and I've enjoyed working for the council. There's been a lot of really nice people over the years for the council, working for the council. You meet a lot of people. You don't always get on with them, but as with any job, I suppose.
Has it always been sort of council run, or
yes,
did that happen? Okay.
Blakey's when that first opened, that was on DSO, direct services. I think we said at the time that possibly wasn't going to work, and it didn't. It came back into King George's whole fold. Rightly so, I think. We got the feeling that it wasn't the right thing to do for Blakey's or for the concert hall. So it came back into council run again.
So what was that? It's just sort of like independent, and then it came back?
Yeah, I think it was when the government decided that councils had a monopoly on everything, so they were going to split everything up. And we fortunately survived. We didn't get put into a charity status or whatever they want to call it. We survived. We were still run by the council, still funded by the council. And credit to them. They did fund it, and it's not made millions, but it's kept there. And it's the biggest thing that Blackburn have, and it's the biggest asset.
Yeah, definitely. Do you think? I'm just thinking about like the changes in Blackburn, particularly perhaps like late 80s, 90s sort of downturn, I guess. Like, have you seen that within King George's?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, from sort of 80 onwards, when during the rock and roll period and during the punk period, we were doing 3-4 gigs a week. Some of the massive names, and during the 90s, when you got the new wave sort of thing came along, we were still busy because people were touring then, and we were on the circuit for a touring venue. Something happened and we fell out with the big promoters. I don't know, I wasn't involved, but we fell out with the big promoters and it went off the radar. Fortunately, it came back a few years ago, but I think we've lost the town centre economy generally. So there's not the same people going past, going, oh, there's a gig on tonight, we'll go and see it. It's changed. The whole thing's changed. There's not as many people touring, or if they are, they're going to the big stadiums. But it's always nice to see a gig at King George's. And there's a lot of bands that enjoy playing King George's because of the atmosphere. There's not many venues that have got the wraparound balcony that people are so close to them, even those 2,000 people there. And that does make a difference, and it really does make a difference.
Yeah, definitely. Could you just explain a bit, perhaps, about the sort of changes in the town centre or sort of the town in general? Just for a bit of context.
Yeah, I think once the pub started closing, people stopped coming into town. Different communities in the whole town, the actual things changed, the whole dynamics changed. There isn't the night out there anymore because the pubs are shutting, and the pubs that are still open, people don't go into, or some people don't go into. But yeah, the pub's closed, and what do you expect? You're not going to bring people into the town centre just for the sake of it, are you? And I think that's where the Northgate development's going to help. Try and get people back into the town centre.
Yeah. How do you think King George's has responded to that? I know, obviously, sort of a shift towards like comedy and things.
Yes, the market source is there, isn't it? I mean, if people want to come and see comedy, that sells out. You can guarantee a sellout. That's 2,000 people, 2 nights, 4,000 people. The town centre needs to adapt to that. I don't think it's King George's needs to adapt. I think it's the town centre that needs to adapt. Because when we used to do the soul nights, there'd be 1,500 people in a soul night. Well, all the pubs round about used to make money, because they'd go into the town centre, into the pubs. All the pubs were putting soul music on, or Northern Soul. So people were getting sort of wound up for that. and then come into King George's and dance till 3 o'clock in the morning, you know, and it helped. We helped them and they helped us, you know, and I think that needs to be done now again, because just putting concerts on in King George's Hall, there's nothing else for them, you know, there's nowhere for them to go before or after in real terms. So do people think, well, you know, we'll aim to get there at 5 to 7 and, you know, concert finishes at 10:30 and off they go, you know, there's definitely a market for it, particularly if you've got 2,000 people there. Somebody wants a drink after, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. Did you work those like Northern Soul?
Yeah, we used to. I didn't work so many because they were sort of late into early in the morning, Sunday mornings, and I used to like my Sundays off if there was nothing else on. But yeah, we used to do soul nights. We had three halls, so there were even the Blakey's, Windsor Hall, and the Concert Hall. So all three had different styles of music on. They weren't really much challenging. It was an easy night, really. It was just babysitting, but they were very popular. You know, it's very popular.
Can you tell me about sort of like the things that happen there, just not necessarily from a tech perspective, just like any stories or anything that you have?
We always thought there was a ghost there, and we'd heard lots of stories about ghosts. A guy called Terry, who used to be the steward, he used to love playing the organ. And one night he'd finished playing the organ and he'd locked up, and we were working on overnight. We were doing something, I can't remember, building for a show. And there was two of us in, and let's have a blast on the organ. Let's blast it out. So we sat on the organ, and it suddenly went really quiet. So we sort of looked at each other and said, "Did you turn that off then?" And like, no, it wasn't me. So there was two switches, one where you sat with the organ, and one in the actual blower room where the actual big blowers were. Well, somebody switched that one off. Now, we know Terry had gone, and there was nobody else in the building. So we sort of said, "Do we really need to be here all night?" And it was like, no, so we went. So, but yeah, it was, and you hear the doors rattling and creaking, and when you're in there by yourself at night, or a few of you, and it's dead quiet, you know, the doors do tend to rattle, but that's just the heat of the building just settling down. It's because after the fire, because obviously the building was warm, it was creaking for days. You know, you'd just be sat there listening, and it just but that was the fire that caused that. So yeah, ghost stories. Yeah, there is a place called the Ghost Walk in the concert hall as well, around the back up behind the organ. That was called the Ghost Walk because people had seen black images walking around there, and I believe, I don't know if it's true or not, and I've never seen any evidence, but somebody died while the organ was being built, and they do reckon it's him that haunts the building. Now, I'm not sure there's many people left who actually built the organ back in the day in 1921, but somebody may be able to tell us. You know, it's
scary.
Not if you knew where the exits were. It wasn't. No.
That's true. Cool. Any other like memories or stories? Just keep firing away with them.
We had Gladys Knight and the Pips on, and for every band you get what's called a rider of their demands of what they want, food wise, drink wise, and Gladys Knight decided that she wanted a 3-course meal for 10 people in the dressing room after the concert. So that was all prepared, obviously, by the catering department. Put in the room backstage, because the dressing rooms have changed slightly, but put in the room backstage, and they'd all gone, and we were clearing out, and all the kit was back in the truck, and somebody said, "Did you see anybody go in that room and eat?" And I'm like, no. So we all went in, and the meal was there. They hadn't touched it. They hadn't even seen it. So at 3 o'clock in the morning, we had a 3-course meal on behalf of the Gladys Knight, which was really nice, and compliments to the catering staff. Yeah, it was really nice.
That's mad that people ask for that and then don't touch it.
Yeah. Well, we thought that. You know, but they ask for all sorts. You know, it's whether you've got the guts to say yes or no to them. You know, it's because nobody can drink a bottle of vodka in a night and sing and dance or whatever. You know, it's bit excessive.
What other requests did you have?
Nothing really untoward. Fruit and veg all the time, and certain sorts of water, and pass that to the catering department, let them deal with it. You know, it's and people got healthier. You know, it's as the years went by. Paul McCartney, apparently all his crew are vegetarians. They're not allowed to eat meat on tour because his wife was a vegetarian, wasn't she? No, nobody wanted dressing rooms painted a certain colour or anything like that. You know, it's, some asked for certain colours of towels and things. You know, but superstition, I think, from their point of view. And if it keeps them happy, then why not? If they've sold out and 40 quid a ticket, you know, you're going to give them what they want, aren't you?
Exactly. Did you ever sort of interact with anyone playing there? Or?
Oh, all the time. I used to be on stage when a band was in. I used to look after the electrics on stage. So yeah, you meet up with them all. You meet everybody. You chat to them, and they're human beings at the end of the day. You get your divas, you know, but most of them are actually really, really nice people. But human beings doing a job just like we were, you know. And if you can make their life a little bit easier, then it's great.
Is there anyone that like sticks out?
Freddie Starr.
Yeah, sorry.
Freddie Starr particularly. That was quite comical. He was quite a strange bloke. Well, a very strange bloke, and so off the cuff, you just didn't know where he was or what he was doing. Or anyway, we stood at the start of the stage, and he walked over to me and said, "I've just got some really bad news." So I'm sorry to hear that, Freddie. And you know, what's the problem? Like, he says, my wife and kids have just died in a car accident. I went, all right, okay. I said, so should you be here, really? You know, first thing that springs to mind, you know, why are you going on stage? You know, well, should you be here, really? He went, well, yeah. He says, because I've got my job to do, haven't I? He said, I've got to pay for funerals and all that. So really sort of quite sick, really. I stood there thinking, where's this going? Anyway, he said, don't see a picture of my wife and kids. So, yeah, if it helps, you know. So he opens his wallet and there's a picture of a orangutan with its kids, sort of thing. Well, I started laughing. And he sort of looked at me and said, are you laughing at my wife and kids? I was like, there's this picture of a orangutan sat there with its own kids. Excuse me. So he just burst out laughing and said, oh, got you. And walked on stage. It was like so random, unbelievable. Oh, it was a weird bloke to work with.
Yeah, that sounds very weird.
It was weird, yeah, very weird, yeah. Sick as well, yeah. Sean Ryder's a nice guy. Chatted with Sean quite well. We actually sat down in his dressing room chatting about his dad. Because the first time Happy Mondays played the concert hall, they played the Regency Hall. His dad was their sound engineer. And I was doing the sound, so I said, yep, help yourself, you know, no problem at all. We were chatting for ages. And we got on really well. So when Sean came, it was 3-4 years ago, I was just saying, I said, do you remember playing down in the old Regency Hall? And your dad, a sound engineer, went, bloody hell. He said, yeah, come in. So we sat down in his dressing room chatting about his dad, you know, because his dad had passed away. And there were really nice conversations with him. Well, a lovely bloke, really nice bloke. So all these personas, you know, they're there for the audience, you know, it's the human beings. Some with issues, some without.
Yeah. What year did they first play?
1983, 84. Because before the lights were put in for the disco.
Okay.
So it would have been round about then, yeah, 83, 84.
Cool.
So I remember the studio opening, or the Blue Room opening in 85, March 85, because the opening night was when the night my mum died. I'll never forget that sort of thing. So yeah, that was 85. So,
Gosh. Cool.
Happy memories.
Yeah. Yeah, any more stories? Just keep going.
I was trying to think of more stories. They just pale into insignificance. You see that many of them, you just, you know, people say who's the best person you've worked with. Sir John Mills, I think, was probably the pinnacle. We did an evening with Sir John Mills. He was 95 then. The guy never missed a cue. I was doing the video for him. I had a big cue book, and he never missed a cue, and he'd no script. But it was lovely at the beginning of before the audience came in. Sir John was sat on his chair on stage, and we all had to go and meet him. He said, "I want to meet the people I'm working with tonight." So we all had to go and shake his hand, and it was lovely. He was a really, really nice person. Yeah, so that was probably the pinnacle of. But yeah, we've had some gigs in there that, you think, how are we going to get this in here? Big towers that had to come up the lift shaft, and because you couldn't fit them through the window or through the staircase or in the lift, or you just make do because the show has to go on. And when an artist turns up with his stage set, he expects to work on his stage set. So we're to bring this big tower up. Rowan Atkinson it was. Bring this big tower up via the lift shaft, but that was days before health and safety got involved and people had silly accidents. But
oh, that's funny. Was there any gigs or whatever you remember that's kind of not been so great, perhaps, or like?
No,
it's not sold well, perhaps, or
a lot of the big gigs and the bigger gigs always sold. 1,000 plus, 1,500 plus. Very rare. In fact, I can't recall any that really did bum. There's nothing, because when you're on the circuit like that, you're getting concerts that are going to sell out because these promoters can't afford to do lots of regional theatres, which is why they do the stadiums. So to do a regional theatre, you've got to guarantee that you're going to sell out every night, to make your money. No, I don't remember, and I certainly don't remember any bad ones. I have no special taste in music, because you work with that many different bands. You just become blasé about it. That sounds good, great, yeah, enjoy the gig. I mean, one that stands out stage set wise was Kid Creole and the Coconuts. They had all the band built up on like a waterfall, and there was a waterfall running on the front of it. And Kid Creole came out through the middle. Obviously, the water stopped, and he came out through the middle, and then the waterfall started again. But the whole band were built up on roster at the back. That was quite a nice gig. That was a long time ago.
When was that?
Andy Williams. I remember Andy Williams. We did 2 nights with him. It took us 2 weeks to actually build a stage for it, because we had the semicircular seating. We had to build scaffold up for the orchestra because it was a 30-odd piece orchestra with him. So it took us 2 weeks to build a stage, put all the lighting in. And we had 9 follow spots, the ones that follow people around on stage. With 9 of those, there's 5 out front and 4 on stage. And I vividly remember the lighting guy saying, right, I want follow spots 1 to 9 in white. On my go, get Andy Williams as he walks on. Well, we all did, and he disappeared because he had a white suit on. So these 9 follow spots, which are really bright lights, he just disappeared. And we're all going, where is he? Where is he? And so Andy Williams is walking on stage, and you could just saw these lights moving towards him, just try and find him. Well, that was quite funny. But we paid quite a lot of money for that show. I think it was £21,000 back then. So that would have been 82, 81, 82. So that was quite expensive, but that was 2 nights and both sold out. So that was a great concert to do. Yeah, it was something different.
Would you have made that money back from that?
I think we did, yeah, because we charged the rent. Well, obviously we charged the rent for the hall and for the promoter, and I'm sure we did. Yeah, I'm sure we wouldn't have lost money on it. I think they paid for all the infrastructure as well. So, but yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure. Have you seen all the autograph books at King George's?
I've seen a couple. I don't actually know. Do you know where the other ones are?
Either Neil's got them or they're in the archive somewhere.
Yeah, because I've been through the archive and I've seen one, but that was quite a recent one, I think. I don't know.
Right.
I don't quite know where the older ones
I don't know
are.
where the other ones are then.
No,
Well,
it was really interesting to see. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, the old ledgers are around from way back when. I mean, even before I started, like wrestling and different things that were on, musical concerts. So that'll give you quite a bit of in depth of what was on over the years.
Yeah, I think Darren's put together a list of like everything that was on.
Yeah.
Did you do much wrestling when you were there? As in, not you doing the wrestling, but
yeah, quite regular. Yeah, it was every month at one point. Big Daddy and Giant Haystacks and all the usual old favourites. You know, it was it was very big in Blackburn, was wrestling. I think all the communities, wanted to see it, because it was on television and it was good. Yeah, it was. And in Indian and Pakistani wrestling is quite popular, so it's a similar sort of thing. So yeah, you sell out. It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you also do sort of like, I've seen pictures of like Asian weddings and stuff in the hall?
Yeah, we used to do those. Yeah, well, because I like Indian food, so I was quite happy to do those. Glorious sunshine outside, and you were stuck inside. But yeah, we quite regularly, and they had the seasons. July, August, June, July, August. It was dragging into September if they had to, but it was always like we'd get to a weekend sometimes. It was always very nice weddings. Yeah.
Do you think that's like a sign of sort of branching out, I guess, into perhaps, because I don't know if you're doing like other sorts of weddings or events like that. Is that something that King George's branched out into because of necessity, or?
I think to serve the community, I think it was important that they did, but it was the only venue big enough. I think the biggest one we ever did was 2,500, and they were serving them in shifts. So they had rolls of the chocolate wrapping paper on the reverse side of, which was like white paper, and they'd roll that down all the tables, put the knives and forks out. People would come in and eat, and then they'd disappear, take the paper up, next lot, and then they served food all day, which was great if you love Indian food. But yeah, it was the only place big enough in Blackburn, and it served the community. And it still does, I believe. I think there's still a call for it. There are other places open, I know, but it's that ethos of being in King George's Hall. I think a lot of the Asian people enjoyed. It wasn't cheap, but it still has to make money. But yeah, there's some very big weddings. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think it's important to King George's that it does serve the community? Is that something for you?
I think it's very important that it serves the community. Yeah, I mean, over the years we've tried doing the Bhangra nights, and we've tried the different cultural type stuff. Their culture doesn't allow them to come to things like that, so it's really difficult. I'm not sure where King George's would go to actually accommodate that, because if they're not going to support it, there's a financial implication, So, but yeah, I think it's critical that King George's does serve the community. It's the biggest asset Blackburn and Darwen have got, and it's there for the community anyway. It was given to the people of Blackburn, I believe. So, yes, it should, and I hope it still does. I hope it still will. So.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. I mean, it's a testing centre now throughout the pandemic, so
yeah.
Adapting to different needs.
Well, it's flexible. it can do. It's got the space. It's got it's not claustrophobic in any of the rooms really, apart from the Windsor Hall now, a little bit more so than it used to be. But all the halls have got the uses. It's. And if it's a testing centre, well, it's serving the community, isn't it? It's yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. Is there anything you would like to just add in general? Anything that you perhaps wanted to say that you haven't said? Or
I'd like to go back. I don't think. I hope it carries on, and I hope the council do spend on the infrastructure of it, because there are lots of leaks, and there was when I was there. There's lots of things that need repairing, and I just hope the council do spend, because it'd be a great loss to Blackburn, a great loss. And if you leave it too long, it'll be more expensive to repair. Now's the time to do it, I believe. And I hope the council do. I'm sure they will. But I mean, the concert hall's looking really nice now because the guys have painted it over the pandemic. And it looks really nice. And I think people will like it when they walk in because nobody liked that pink colour. The pink and the blue. Ew. Nobody liked the brown and cream either, but no, we hated that brown. Burnt umber, I think it was called.
oh,
Oh no, sorry, scorched earth. That was it, scorched earth and cream. It was horrible. But now it looks nice. Yeah, so they made a good job of it.
yeah, I went a couple of weeks ago and it looks really, really good. So.
Yeah, it looks better than the pink.
Yeah.
I like the blue on the ceiling, but the pink and the cream was a little bit. Looks nice now.
Not for you.
No, I like it now. I do like it now. Yeah, made a good job.
How come you left, by the way? Sorry,
I got to that point where I always said if I wasn't happy and I was finding it a struggle to go to work, I would move on. Rightly, wrongly, it was one of those. And an offer came up to work for this Henderson Grime Associates, working in their warehouse. And they were paying the same money and the hours were better. And it was, I'll try it. I'd still be there if it wasn't for the pandemic. But sadly, they couldn't survive. I think we lost, £600,000 in the space of a month. Well, not many companies can survive that. And sadly, it's the live event side of it went. So we're all laid off. It was very sad. So who knows? I'm just having a couple of months off from work now. Just I worked for the post office for a while, just over Christmas. But I believe there's a job coming up back at King George's, a technician's job. So fingers crossed, I'll apply for that and see what happens. So we'll see. It'd be nice to go back and work with Simon. And all the rest of the team, it's we've kept in touch. There's certainly no animosity when I left. It was one of those things. I needed to go at that time, and that happens as I have done every other time. And every other time I've gone back. So who knows?
Hopefully you find your way back this time.
Well, who knows? Yeah, let's keep fingers crossed.
Yeah,
I do miss the old place.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to ask, what do you think about sort of the future of live music at the moment with everything that's happened?
I think once this pandemic's over, I think we'll get back to where we were. I'm not sure some of the bands that are out these days can actually play live, because there's still electronic stuff about it, isn't there? But no, I still think there's a live music, and if you can provide that venue for that live music, then both will work. Yeah, live events, that's what we need. Get this pandemic over with and let's get sorted, let's get back.
I know, right?
And there are lots of little venues in Blackburn. That church, what's the church one called? Oh, anyway, lots of little venues that are doing live music. It's great, absolutely brilliant, and it's giving these young people a chance. Which that was the whole hope of Blakey's. Was putting live bands on local bands just to give them a chance and a platform. It's and then who knows? It's you give them that chance. But yeah, live music's still live, and it will be. Never change. Can't be. Have you ever been in the concert hall when it's full? When there's a band on? Absolutely.
No, I've only been to visit once. So.
Right, the atmosphere is absolutely unbelievable. You know, just feeling the buzz of the crowd, and you know the band coming off, going, "Oh, what a great gig!" You know, and the crowd just buzzing. Absolutely, the whole building buzzes. You know, it's got that feel about it. I hope that never changes.
Yeah, I hope so too. It looks amazing, the venue.
Especially because it's coming up to 100-year-old. You know, it deserves to survive. It survived that long, and it served its purpose, didn't it, in the war? And the Windsor Hall was actually used as a field hospital during the First World War. Before they built the concert hall, it was actually sealed off and used as a field hospital. And there are pictures of it as a hospital. So it's got history.
It was to the cathedral, Blackburn Cathedral. I succeeded Tommy Jordan, who'd been organist here for 25 years. And so he'd been born in the town. And so who was this chap who'd come from the south of England, who was young enough to be his grandson, to take over from him, because he was a very fine choir trainer, and his choir had won the national Eisteddfod in Wales more than several times. But anyway, I came here, and at that time the cathedral was in a bad state of repair and just about to be totally reorganized and redecorated and all that sort of thing. And so after a year, it turned itself from a rather leaky chrysalis to a glorious butterfly. And Princess Margaret came for the rehallowing. And that was after I'd been here for a year. And so that service went very well, even though the princess was an hour late in arriving. But the service, as I said, went very well. And so I was able to continue my work. And I founded the Blackburn Bach Choir because there was a very fine music society in Blackburn, which still exists, which sang large choral works. And so I went to the chairman and asked him, Alderman John Stirrup, asked him if he felt that there was a room in Blackburn for a small chamber choir, which would sing madrigals and that sort of thing. And that I did the right thing in asking permission, and he gave permission. And so I founded the Blackburn Bach Choir. And very soon we had some very fine local singers there. And after 2 or possibly 3 years, we entered the BBC's national competition to find the best amateur mixed voice choir in the country. And we won it for the first year, and we tried it again the second year, and we won it for the second year. So after that, we gave up entering competitions and just concentrated on making music for the population here.
Great. What year was that you won, or which years? Sorry.
Well, I came here in 1964, so it was round about 1966 or 67, I think. But we also gave many concerts in the cathedral, which was expanding at the time and being wholly redecorated with the glorious lantern tower, which it now has. And I also got a brand new organ for the cathedral through William Thompson, who was a millionaire from Burnley. And that organ is one of the finest in the country and a very exciting instrument indeed. So I had a wonderful time here, what with the organ and the cathedral choirs and the Blackburn Bach Choir. And when I was in Northampton, just going back, one of the things that the Northampton Bach Choir did was to hold an annual carol concert in the town hall in Northampton. And so when I came here, I thought, wouldn't it be a very good idea to have a carol concert in King George's Hall, or one of the halls anyway. And so we started off small, and we started off by singing a carol concert in the Regency Hall, which was the smallest hall of the group. And we had a very large audience and a very enthusiastic audience. And so next year we sang there again in the Regency Hall, and it was absolutely packed. And so we wondered if we dare try the Windsor Hall the next time. And so we tried the Windsor Hall, and that was packed as well. I think you've got a photograph of the choir somewhere singing in the Windsor Hall, which you might like to show. And so, having sung in the Windsor Hall to a packed audience, we just wondered if we dare try King George's Hall. And what's the capacity of King George's Hall upstairs and downstairs?
I think now it's at least over 1,000. I think I've got 1,800 in my head, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yes, it was those sorts of numbers, perhaps 1,500 or so,
Yeah.
whatever. Anyway, so we tried King George's Hall, and that was packed as well, with a very enthusiastic audience. And the bishop came and sat in the front row of the gallery, and not only did the choir sing carols to the audience, but I got the audience singing carols as well, which they enjoyed. And one of the most exciting was Good King Wenceslas, to be sung as no other choir or audience has ever sung it, because we sang it in canon, which means that half the audience starts off Good King Wenceslas, and once they've sung that, then the other half starts Good King Wenceslas, and the thing is that it fits. So that worked very well. And I said to the audience, now those of you with low voices, you sing the king's part. And those of you with high voices, you sing the page. And so they got that. And then I said, now, when you're singing, stand up. And when you're not singing, sit down. Which added much to the confusion of the whole thing. And it was great fun, because sometimes people were still standing when they should have been sitting, and still sitting when they should have been standing. And everybody had a good laugh, but it worked very well. And we did that every year. And I don't know any other choir which has ever done that, except it's now been taken over by the choir's successor in the cathedral. It was sung last year, was it, before COVID, when John Robinson, who is now the director of music of Blackburn Cathedral and a very, very fine choir trainer, and so he conducted that, and it worked well. So I was very pleased with that.
That sounds like good fun.
Yes, so as I said, we sang to capacity audiences year after year, and then some of the other music bodies in the town, like the Music Society and the Salvation Army and other people, they began to get to sponsor their own carol concerts in King George's Hall. And so I can't remember what happened to our audience, but shortly after that, after having been at Blackburn Cathedral for 18 years, I applied for an even greater job in the university town of Princeton, New Jersey, in America. And I was successful there. And so I went over there for 60 glorious years. And having founded the Blackburn Bar Choir here, and having founded a similar choir when I was at Northampton, I founded the Princeton Singers in Princeton, New Jersey. And after my experience with these choirs in England, they were absolutely wonderful. And we came over here for 3 two-week tours, and we sang to capacity audiences in Blackburn Cathedral on each of those 3 occasions. The high point, I think, of our entire career was giving a concert to a capacity audience in the chapel of King's College, Cambridge. So you can't get any better than that. So shortly after that, I retired. And I came back to live in Blackburn. And here I am.
Lovely. So I just wanted to go back a little bit. So what was your role within, you said you founded the choir. What was your role within that? Were you sort of musical director or conductor or a bit of everything?
Well, founding the choirs here.
Yes,
well,
in Blackburn.
Yes, well, also founding the choirs anywhere. I advertised that this new choir was starting, and people should come, for example, here to the cathedral on a certain day and be auditioned by me. And so I found out if their voices were suitable, because not every voice is suitable. I wanted voices which would blend, not voices which would stick out. And they also had to be able to read music. And so, being director of music at the cathedral, where we had very fine choirs, I invited several of the choir men to join the choir straight away. And one of the men, named Peter Heald, I asked him if he would act as usher for the auditions. And so he was there downstairs in the cathedral crypt and ushered the singers one by one into the cathedral song school. And one of the young ladies whom he ushered in eventually became his wife, which was lovely. And we still keep in touch.
Oh, very lovely. Sorry, were you going to say something else?
So I didn't quite catch that.
Were you going to say something else? Sorry, did I interrupt you?
Well, I was about to say, yes, that in the Northampton choir, which I founded, there were some happy marriages. In fact, one of the last marriages was in Northampton, and then the following week I moved to Blackburn, and the next marriage was in Lancashire. So for this couple who moved up here, and so I was able to be with them for their marriage, and we had more than several marriages in the Blackburn Bar Choir, and that was just lovely.
Yeah. So what was that like, moving from Northampton to Blackburn? What were your initial thoughts?
When what?
When you moved from Northampton to Blackburn, what were your thoughts?
When I moved from Northampton to Blackburn, well, as I said, having been born in the south of England, in Kent, and living and having grown up in the south of England, coming to Blackburn, which was then a very northern factory town, and there was a certain way of life which was foreign to me. For example, the cathedral choirmen had an annual outing, and so, being new to the situation, I joined them, and I found that they were all wearing red roses, and I had no idea why they were wearing red roses. That shows you how much of a foreigner I was. In fact, I've been a foreigner most of my life, not only here in Blackburn, but also a foreigner from England, living in America for 16 years. But the difference is that I was an accepted foreigner, and that makes all the difference. As I said, having conducted the choir for the Princess Margaret service, I was accepted here. Okay, Bertolo can do the job. Let's support him.
Yes, definitely. So I just want to talk about King George's a bit. So when did you first visit or engage with King George's?
Well, I think probably when I took the choir to sing the carol concerts. As I said, that was something like 5 or 6 years after I arrived, around about 1970 perhaps, or a little later on. But I'd also been to a concert there, of course, symphony concerts, which was lovely. And those, of course, are still continuing. I mean, it's a marvelous place for concerts of all sorts. But I don't think they had ever had their enormous hall, their enormous stage filled with just 30 singers who sang mostly unaccompanied. So that was unusual, but we filled the hall, as I said, not only with music, but with also singing and more particularly people. So that was a very good situation.
Yeah. Can you tell me about how you've perhaps performed there or visited there throughout the rest of your life, sort of after those initial concerts?
Yes, well, of course, being director of music at the cathedral, my focus was at the cathedral, where we had, of course, almost daily services, and we also had concerts there, which were my Blackburn Bar Choir, where we sang small works, and then we sang larger works with orchestra, like Monteverdi's Vespers and that sort of thing. And then we came back to King George's Hall when we sang Bach's B minor Mass, which is an enormous work. And so we had the mayor there for that, and that was with orchestra. But as I said, it was a relatively small choir. I kept the quality rather than the quantity. I wanted a choir where everybody was equally important and equally contributing to what we were doing. And so we were no more than 30 singers, but very high quality. And because it was high quality, people wanted to join. And so it was only when there were vacancies did we allow people to come and join us. And that, as I said, has continued right to this very day. I'm very proud, if one may use that word, proud and pleased that the singers are continuing. And they've changed their name again, because they changed their name eventually to the Renaissance Singers whilst I was still here. And that name has stayed the same until the present director of music, John Robinson, who has renamed them Blackburn Chamber Choir, which I'm very pleased about, because Blackburn, the name Blackburn should be trumpeted far and wide. So, as I said, I called them the Blackburn Bach Choir, and the initials were BBC. The trouble was that we had in that choir a tenor who was a member of the BBC Singers. And in his diary, he used to put down BBC, and you get confused as to whether it was in Blackburn or whether it was in Manchester. But anyway, now they're called not the Blackburn Bach Choir, but the Blackburn Chamber Choir, which is BCC.
A bit less confusing.
And what?
A bit less confusing.
Yes, it is. As I said, I'm very pleased that the name Blackburn has come. And of course, during this COVID situation, they haven't been able to sing. But I gather now that things are now restarting. So if people want to know what's on at the cathedral, go to the cathedral website and you'll see full details of concerts and services and all sorts of wonderfully exciting music programs going on there, as well as services, of course.
Yeah, I was just wondering, could you tell me a bit about, obviously classical music has a huge history in Blackburn. Could you just tell me about how that sort of developed over the years, perhaps that you were working in Blackburn?
Yes, as I said, I came in 1964 and it was still an industrial centre. And I can remember going to the top of the hill of Preston New Road and looking down on the town and finding the factory chimneys just covered the place in smoke. Now that, of course, has completely changed, and the town centre has changed. There used to be an old clock, and there used to be an old clock tower, and there's a new clock tower. I say new, it's been there for 30 years or so. And there's a new market as well. There used to be a market with covered stalls out in the open, but now there's a covered market, and it's come from the middle of the 19th century, certainly to the 21st century, and the northern accent, or the stress on we are northerners, is less strong. But nonetheless, the enthusiasm is still there, which is great.
Yes, definitely. I think I lost you slightly.
Yes, you froze in the picture.
Yeah, I think your picture keeps freezing slightly. I don't know if it's mine. Sorry.
Well, yeah, what I had to say wasn't necessarily interesting. I
could hear you. I just couldn't. You froze a little bit, so I've still got what you were saying. Don't worry. Yeah,
Okay.
I was just wondering, could you tell me sort of about what King George's perhaps means to you as an organist, and if you could tell me about the organ in King George's?
Yes, well, I don't think the organ in King George's works anymore. Uh, there is one connection with the organ at King George's Hall, and that was it was opened by the very famous French organist whose name was Marcel Dupré, who played in a church in Paris. And when the brand new organ in Blackburn Cathedral, which I managed to raise the money for and help to design, when that was opened, I gave the very opening recital, and I included a work by, or works rather, which by Blackburn composers. And I started off by an arrangement of a Handel overture by a former Blackburn Cathedral organist, Henry Coleman. And I wrote some pedal variations, in other words, for feet only, by the Blackburn organist Henry Smart, who had been the second organist of the then new parish church in 1826. But I finished off with a set of variations by Marcel Dupré for organ, because Marcel Dupré had opened the organ in King George's Hall. I wanted to end it because it ended very loudly indeed. And if you've got a cathedral organ, play it loudly.
Yes. So have you ever played in King George's?
No, as I said, I don't think the organ there works anymore. But I have never, to my memory, played that organ. And of course, I don't think it would be used in the present day, would it? I mean, there are city halls where there are very fine organs. Sheffield, for example, and Huddersfield, where they have weekly organ recitals, and places like the Royal Albert Hall, which of course is just amazing. I had the great privilege of playing that organ on television for the National Festival of Remembrance in the presence of the Queen and royal family. That was the last thing I did before I left this country for America. What a lovely way to go.
That's amazing. Oh, I can't tell if you've frozen or not. Oh.
What more would you like?
There we go. Sorry, I thought you'd frozen.
Yeah,
just do you have any more stories of King George's at all?
I don't think I have. As I said, because I had so much music going on at the cathedral, I wasn't able to come to King George's Hall as much as I would like. But the times that I did go there were mostly for symphony concerts. But now, of course, its use has been greatly expanded. One of the exciting things, and this was 2 years ago, we had this wonderful lady at the cathedral in the music office who organized singing in the church schools in Lancashire. We have 200 church schools, and she organizes singing for all those schools. And as you will know, she has King George's Hall for a whole week, at least once a year, if not twice a year, where school children fill the hall with different sets of children for each day of the week and different sets of parents. And that is just wonderful to have these young people singing. And the parents, of course, love it as well.
I haven't heard of that before. Have you been to one of those concerts?
Oh, haven't you? Yes. I've got some videos of them. Yes. Her name is Jill Fourier, Jill with a G, Fourie. I don't know if you could get in touch with her, because she would have videos as well. It's certainly worth seeing, because, as I said, to have the entire hall filled with parents and the entire stage filled with something like 300 singing children, different sets each day, is really something.
Yes, that
And
sounds
I
really
think
good.
she wants to start those again once the COVID is over.
And that was the last one, did you say 2 years ago?
It's about 2 years ago.
Okay, yeah, I haven't heard of that before. That's really interesting.
Yes.
I
could send you her email if you can't get it. I mean, when you send me a video of this, ask for her email and I'll send it to you, and she can send you wonderful videos.
Yes, that sounds amazing. Thank you. I'll have to look her up and then get in touch with you if I can't find her email.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to add about King George's or classical music in Blackburn, perhaps?
I don't think so. I think I've run myself dry.
That's okay. Yeah, I wanted to just finally ask how, because some of the people that I've spoken to have mentioned about sort of audience numbers declining and things. I was just wondering if you've got any ideas about how we can begin to engage people with classical music again.
Yes, well, nothing works so well as good advertising. And of course, these days you've got online advertising. And so to be able to put extracts from past concerts online for people to see. And of course, another helpful thing is to have car parking, which of course Blackburn has got. So to stress car parking, and a full variety, I think. If jazz works, use jazz. If classical music works, use classical music, or both. And young children singing, and stage shows as well, and carol concerts.
Lots of ideas.
Well, there's lots. The sky is the limit. If one wants to see how it should be done, not of course that you don't know, because of course you do know, is to see what television is doing in the way of advertising. And of course there are these 4-letter words like free. If you use free or new, which is another 4-letter word with 1 letter missing, and you will enjoy. But if one provides quality, such as if you look at the Albert Hall, and there you've got quality. And also you've got innovation, because they not only have concerts at 7:30 in the evening for 2 full months, but they also have concerts starting at 10 or 11 at night. And so having concerts like that, you might well get a certain type of audience. Learning in my profession, being a choir master and an organist and an organizer of concerts, I learn from my more experienced colleagues. And so if one wants to know how it's done in London, look at the Albert Hall and look at the Royal Festival. A, how are they doing it? And B, what are they offering?
I think always as a soloist, recitals and concerto appearances with orchestra, the college orchestra first of all. But my first wife was from Blackburn, and I was already spending quite a bit of time in the town, and there was already an orchestra, a relatively recently formed orchestra called the Blackburn Sinfonia. And she used to play in that, and they offered me one of my very first professional engagements as a soloist, which took place in Pleckgate School in Blackburn. And I played Liszt's first piano concerto. I remember that. That was 1974. When I moved to the town, I developed quite a strong association with the orchestra and was briefly the chairman of it. And now, in fact, I'm the honorary president of the Blackburn Symphony Orchestra, which it has been called that for at least 15 or 20 years now. In fact, I think even longer than that. So I've still got that association with the orchestra, and a lot of my performances in King George's Hall were with that orchestra.
Lovely, thank you. So when did King George's sort of come on your radar, so to speak?
Well, I think I probably attended a concert in there before I moved to the town. I can remember going to hear, there was an orchestral series there, the Halle and the Liverpool Philharmonic and the BBC, Northern as they were called in those days, always regularly played there. And I can remember going to hear a concert with the Halle with James Loughran conducting. That was certainly before I moved to the town. So, of course, it's a magnificent Edwardian, I think, building. Is that right? The exact date?
Yes. Well, it's the centenary, so 1921.
Oh, right. Okay, fine. Of course it is. Yes, that's right. So, in fact, it wasn't Edwardian. I'm not sure you could call it Georgian, because that usually refers to George IV, which is 100 years before. Okay, so but it's recognised as generally one of the best acoustics in concert halls in the north of England. The acoustics changed a bit over the years due to various things, developments within the hall. There was a fire at one point, I remember, which that caused quite a lot of problem. I think the organ was lost during the fire. You probably know more about this than I do. That was probably already after I moved to the town. So to be perfectly honest with you, I don't think the acoustic is quite as good now as it was in 1975, but it's still very, very good. And of course, it has a long history of, all the greatest British musicians, conductors used to work there, Beecham and Sargent and Adrian Bolt probably as well. So I was aware of that. And when I moved to the town, 1975, it was probably, I've written out a list of all the pieces here that I've played that I know I can remember I've played in King George's Hall. And I think the first time I actually gave a concerto performance in there was 1979, which was the Grieg concerto with the Liverpool Philharmonic.
Can you just talk me through some of the other pieces that
Yeah, absolutely, yes. I've got the list here.
That's okay.
So I've got Beethoven Concerto No. 1 twice on 2 separate occasions, Beethoven Concerto No. 3 on 2 separate occasions, Beethoven Concerto No. 4, Beethoven Concerto No. 5, known as the Emperor, on 2 occasions, Brahms No. 1, Brahms No. 2, Rachmaninoff No. 1, Rachmaninoff No. 2, Rachmaninoff Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini, the Tchaikovsky First Concerto, Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue, the Beethoven Choral Fantasy, Constant Lambert's Rio Grande, with chorus and orchestra. That was with the Blackburn Music Society. That was in 1980, so that's not long after I moved to the town. Mozart Concerto No. K467. So I think that is a full list, but I haven't consulted my records. But I'm sort of, people keep telling me I've got a very good memory, so that's probably about it. I've also played recitals in there over the years. I think the last time I actually performed in there was with the Halle Orchestra. That was Beethoven No. 1. That was in 2013, June 2013. So if you're looking at between 1979 and 2013, that's 34 years, I think. And I don't rule out playing there again, of course.
Yeah. I'm just a bit intrigued if you could I'm going to go back a little bit.
Yeah.
You mentioned about the acoustics changing. What kind of things made it change so sort of dramatically, I guess?
Well, I'm not an acoustics expert, but you know, I mean, things like furnishings can make a difference. You know, if there's carpets put in or padded seats, that can make a difference. But I think it was more to do with the damage caused by the fire and the subsequent rebuilding work or renovation that they had to do. So I'm not the right person to go into detail on that, actually. It's not as resonant as it was. I think that's what I would say.
Okay, thanks. And also when you first, so thinking about perhaps the first performance that you did at King George's,
yeah.
How did you feel when you were doing that?
Well, I was quite nervous. I had already lots of friends in the town and lots of supporters. The hall was full. And there was one quite amusing little thing that happened. I used to have two pianos in my house in Blackburn. And when I was preparing to play a concerto, I had a great friend of mine who I'm still very much in touch with, Peter Rose, who was a Blackburnian guy who lived not far from me, and we were at college together. And he used to come around and play through the orchestral part of any concerto that I was doing. So it was like a rehearsal. And in the Grieg concerto, there's quite a tricky cadenza in the first movement with the piano on its own. And there was one particular passage which was giving me quite a lot of trouble during the rehearsal. And we had a good laugh about it. And I said I would work to try and get it better. And when it came to that point in the actual performance, we just got to that part, and suddenly a siren, a police siren or an ambulance, went all the way around the hall and drowned out the piano completely. So I didn't need to worry about it at all because nobody could hear it. So that was the first one I remember. Yes, I can remember who was conducting on that night. Yes. One of the conductors I worked with there a couple of times, Sir Charles Groves, was a great guy, and he was already in his late 60s, early 70s, I think, when I was a young up-and-coming pianist. But he was like a father figure to me, and he had been the conductor of the Liverpool Philharmonic when I used to attend the concerts there when I was a schoolboy. And I can remember the first time I worked with Charlie, as we all called him, in Blackburn. He arrived just on the last minute before the rehearsal and was grumbling about the double staircase system that's in the backstage area of the hall. And it is quite confusing, and lots of people get lost. And Charlie said to me, "Oh, Martin, I'm sorry I'm last minute." He said, I've been coming to this hall for 40 odd years and I still get lost every time I come.
So what was that like for you being backstage? If you can just talk me through perhaps waiting to go on stage, how were you feeling at that point?
Well, it's that I wasn't any different in that hall than anywhere else, to be honest. I mean, these are always, you have the anticipation, you're a little bit nervous. You just know that if you've done your preparation, that you can go out, and once you've settled down, you can enjoy yourself. And so it was.
Lovely, thanks. And so you kind of touched upon this about King George's having almost like an affiliation with sort of top conductors, or top conductors had worked at King George's.
Yeah.
Why do you think that was? Was that something specific to King George's, or can you just talk me through that?
No, I don't think so. I think I'm just going to walk around a bit, actually, so that
Okay.
my neck is a bit suddenly becoming a bit painful from sitting still.
Okay.
It's the orchestral schedules are worked out in advance. Often a conductor would come to an orchestra like the Halle in Manchester or the Liverpool Phil, and they would do a short tour lasting a week or so. They would not only play in Liverpool, but they would play in also Leeds or Huddersfield or Bradford, and sometimes in Blackburn or Preston. It wouldn't be the choice of the conductor to come to Blackburn. It would be the orchestra and the town who organised the concerts.
Okay. So Could you again just talk me through a bit about classical music at King George's in general, and perhaps how it's changed over the years?
Well, it seems to be much more difficult to fill the hall these days. Has been for quite a long time, actually. So in that sense, it's not a tremendous success story. But I mean, this applies to other venues as well. But at least there is still a series of visiting orchestral concerts supported by the town. So I don't know what else to say about it, really. I think there has been, obviously, right from the opening of the hall, a good tradition of concerts taking place there, and that's wonderful. But I think trying to get people to go out to classical concerts is not as easy as it was, because there's so many other things that you can do these days. But at least it's still ongoing. I think the town had a terrific musical tradition, because it had this choir. I don't even know whether that choir is still going, the Blackburn Music Society. But they used to do their Messiah and so on, and the hall would be full. They even had visiting piano recitals. I'm not sure any of the very greatest pianists of the 20th century would be going in there to give a recital. I know there was a British pianist, in spite of the name, called Peter Caton, who used to tour doing all Chopin recitals, and he certainly played in King George's Hall. But those days are sadly behind us, I think.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to get a sense of like the atmosphere of when the hall was full and you're sort of reaching a crescendo, I guess. Like,
yeah,
what was that like?
Well, I mean, I think much the same as it is elsewhere. I mean, I don't think there's anything particular about the King George's Hall that is different. I mean, I always feel as though when I do play there, I'm coming back home again, and there's still lots and lots of people in the town who remember me when I first arrived, and even though it's a long time ago now, and they followed me, so it's always a very warm feeling when I walk out onto the stage. That's for sure. But once you get immersed in the music, you forget about where you are to some extent. You can't sort of dwell on those things when you're actually out there doing it. I mean, a lot of the concerts that I've given and playing some of those works that I've described to you have been with the amateur orchestra in Blackburn, and I had I used to play with them every year once, certainly from the late 70s right the way through the 1980s, I think. But sometimes I used to also go and help them out playing either the trombone, which was my second study at college, or percussion. And there were quite a few concerts in King George's where I did play at least percussion. And there was one quite amusing incident, which I'm sure you'd like to hear about, where I was playing the bass drum in the Borodin Poloftsy Dances, which is a great orchestral showpiece. And I have to say that the bass drum was borrowed from a school, the actual instrument, and was a very flimsy instrument. And the particular passage at the beginning of, I think it's the third of the Poloftsy Dances, starts with a rhythm, ba-ba-bum, bum, ba-ba-bum, bum, ba-ba-bum, bum, ba-ba-bum, bum, bum, and then the chorus come in at that point. And it's a crescendo during those opening bars with the bass drum just playing on the first beat of the bar. And on the fourth one, the skin broke of the bass drum, so that the beater went straight through the skin. And I'd forgotten this, but I was referring to it on Facebook, and a friend who was there playing in the orchestra reminded me that I had the foresight, but my reaction was just to very quickly turn the drum around and then carry on hitting the drum on the other side. But it caused great hilarity, and we had a good time in the pub afterwards in that concert.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's quite funny. Do you have any more stories or anecdotes? Sorry, just one like that.
Well, I've thought about this, obviously, and I don't think there's anything that, of that sort of level. I tell you, there was one other occasion, actually, which I haven't referred to. Is I actually conducted the Blackburn Symphony Orchestra in a concert in King George's Hall. This would be in about 1989. The usual conductor, Michael Trousky, was unavailable to rehearse the orchestra. So I took it on, and I remember conducting the Dvorak New World Symphony there, and also the Mozart Clarinet Concerto with a guy who was living locally, a very, very nice player. So that was a different experience for me. And in fact, yes, I've just remembered that I directed also another performance of the Beethoven Emperor Concerto and also a Mozart Concerto in the same concert. That was in my festival. It's now called the Ribble Valley International Piano Week, but in those days it was the Blackburn International Piano Week. That was in 1993. So I'll add those to the list. So there are 3 performances of the Emperor Concerto and another Mozart Concerto. And so that was to play the piano and direct the orchestra at the same time. So that was also good fun, I remember.
Gosh, that sounds like a lot of work.
Yes, absolutely.
And what was that? Sorry, go on.
No, I don't think there's. No, I think that's about it, actually. It's funny. I mean, I thought I'd done all my preparation, but I've only just remembered that. Maybe I need to think again and send you an email if I can think of anything else. We can resume.
Yeah, it's always different when someone's asking you questions, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can you just talk me through the Blackburn Piano Week? What was that?
Well, that was there used to be a concert society, the Blackburn. It was called the Concert Society, which put on concerts. Professional musicians were invited, and I got my first wife, Joan Hall, as she is now, and we're still on very good terms, by the way. She actually set up just the piano, like a small piano festival, and she called it the Blackburn International Piano Week in 1987, and she asked me to play in the first series. That was concerts took place that year in the Blackburn College, as it was called in those days. And then to start with, it was a biennial festival. So the next one was 89 and then 91. But after that, we decided to make it, she asked me to be the artistic director, and we made it an annual festival. And after 1993, which took place, all of the concerts took place in King George's Hall that year, we moved to the Ribble Valley. So we changed the name of the festival to the Ribble Valley International Piano Week. And it's still called that, and it's still going, apart from COVID. And I'm still the artistic director, in fact. So that's 30 odd years now, 34 years we've been going.
Wow.
I think that might be everything I've got to.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you have anything else to add? I've just got one final question.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I was just wondering, obviously you're not in Blackburn anymore, but just thinking about perhaps the future of classical music at King George's. What do you think about that, and perhaps how do you think King George's can work going forward?
Well, I do hope it will carry on, and I mean, I know Rebecca Weaver actually is she's the administrator of the Ribble Valley International Piano Week, by the way, as well as her job at King George's Hall, and I know that she's very committed to it, and she's a terrific administrator, and also, knows exactly what she's doing professionally in every way, and. I think so long as she seems to be very committed to the town and her job, that she'll do her utmost to keep things going. But getting people to come through the door is, not easy.
Do you have any ways that you perhaps do that with the festival, or is it something that you're struggling with as well?
We have a committed audience who come, but it's always been a much smaller audience, and we don't go into King George's Hall because it's such a big space. So we have on a good day we can get 250 people turning up. We think that's terrific, but that would look very, very small in King George's Hall. Yeah, what's the capacity now, actually, Laura?
Gosh, that's a good question. I think I've got the figure 1,800 in my head.
Right.
In the main concert hall.
Yeah.
But I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that, but it's definitely
no. Yeah.
Something.
Yeah. So that's big.
Yeah. To try and fill something like that would be, yeah.
I think in 1991, the final concert. Actually, I've just remembered this. The final concert of the Blackburn Piano Week that year was in King George's Hall, and I played a 2-piano recital with Peter Donahoe, my friend and colleague, and we had about 1,000 in for that.
Gosh, that's good.
Yeah.
Lovely. Okay, is there anything else that you would like to add, do you think? Perhaps any thoughts on King George's or?
It's. I'm very fond of the place. I've got lots of happy memories of playing there, and I hope to play there again. And I hope that it carries on in one shape or form. Being a venue for everything, really, and because it's a great credit to the town and the area.
Well, for early years, I lived in Widnes, which is in South Lancashire. And then we moved to Blackburn in the mid-40s. So I grew up there from being a toddler. And I didn't really settle for a long time until I went to upper school, which was in the town. And I started to develop more then. And it was in the 50s that I attended the first concert at the hall that I can accurately date because I have a programme. And it was 12 months, almost 12 months of the day since the death of the great contralto Kathleen Ferrier, who had lived in the town. Sir John Bobarolli conducted with the Halle, and the concert also included unveiling a bronze head and shoulders of the artist. What I remember most about it, I was a schoolboy. I think there were probably 3 of us went with an adult. And even then, I thought it was all a bit over the top. You'd think, her death wasn't that, it was great, tragic, great loss to music. But you had the impression in the hall it's a world crisis. When you consider at that time the Far East was full of conflict in Malaya, what became Vietnam, and so on. And there were interminable speeches, which I wanted to get over because I wanted to hear the music more. So I remember it opened with some arrangements of Purcell by Bobarolli. I didn't really fully understand what that meant at the time, but I was so impressed that this man, I seemed to have written the music, which in fact he'd arranged it. And then the Music Society chorus sang some Elgar, probably from Gerontius. And then there was all the speeches, and some people were looking very glum, and Bobarolli sat on the podium looking quite despairing of it all. And then there was an interval, and after the interval, he conducted the Beethoven 4th Symphony. I'm sure that will be the first occasion I'd heard a Beethoven symphony played live. But oddly enough, I have no recollection of it. I don't know why, but I haven't. And I wouldn't leave at the interval. I was there for the whole concert. But that's very sad. And it was many years later before I heard the symphony played live. So that was but also in those days, I had a pal called Keith. And on Friday evenings, we would go to the concerts and we would sit at the back of the hall above the orchestra. This was before the fire, so it was quite different, the arrangement of seating. And we would sit up there, most behind the double basses and the timps. And it was really exciting to be
in there. It was either Barbarelli, Sir John Barbarelli, or his deputy, George Weldon, who was an excellent musician. I remember on one occasion that Sir John was about to start something. I think Keith and myself must have, perhaps opened the packet or something, and he fixed his stare on us, and he's almost imperceptibly he nodded, and we were frozen by this. But it was a great occasion, and then from then on, over the years, on and off, when I would attend concerts, and many memorable evenings there. Not just the Halle, but visiting orchestras, and over the years we've had orchestras from behind the Iron Curtain, as it was then. In 1979, for example, the Moscow Philharmonic came and gave a splendid concert in the hall. Before it was altered, and the acoustic has changed over the years. I don't think for the better, but it's lost some of its. So I think that at the top end of the sound spectrum, it's lost a bit, enough to be noticeable, but it's still a wonderful hall, and it's big, of course. If you were up the back end of it, you're a long way from the stage. Even with normal eyesight, you can't make people out, but acoustically you can hear everything. I remember about that concert. It was very bad weather, and the orchestra were stranded in their coach in snow between Blackburn and Bolton, which was amazing because they were enjoying excellent spring weather in Moscow. So it was, and a charming girl appeared and explained what had happened and said, would they mind if we started a little late, as they wanted to warm up, and they did so. And then, the playing was absolutely wonderful. It was an old Russian program, and it ended with the Firebird Suite. So it was really quite exciting. And one other program I remember in the 70s, which was not very well supported, and it was a group from Rome called I Musici di Roma, and they were a world-renowned group, about 12 of them, and they gave this concert, which was from Vivaldi, and it included a Haydn concerto, and the string playing was absolutely superb. The unanimity of them was, but the personnel didn't change over decades. They were together, so it was wonderful. And I remember being mesmerised by the slow movement of the Haydn. I'd never heard it play quite like that. It sounded a great master. I mean, it's a very attractive work, but it's an early work, not like the Beethoven concerto. But they made it sound really quite special. The other thing I remember, they played in casual clothes because they'd lost some baggage at Amsterdam, and so they were there in sort of what was casual clothing, which was popular in Italy at the time. And then over the years, each season, the Halle, and then the Liverpool Philharmonic. In the early 60s, they started proms, which were very good, and they were very well supported. Even so much so that down underneath the side balcony, they had to put extra seats and sofas. And the other nice thing was a lot of young people attended. Very great enthusiasm for and they were very, very good concerts. I mean, now they tend to go for things like, anything that's, we might say, no, better not say classic FM, but they go for the most popular things. That didn't happen. I think another interesting series of the BBC started to use it for recording. It'd be an evening concert, but it would be recorded and then broadcast at a later date, and that they were free. So they were very often very adventurous programs, and because they were free, people would turn up. They'd sit through music they wouldn't even think about, and they lasted until they moved on. They moved around different parts of the north of England recording for a long time. For example, they used the Queen's Hall in Widnes, and then they moved to somewhere else, then to Blackburn and on. But I think they favoured Blackburn because it could take a big orchestra. And in those days, it was called the BBC Northern Symphony Orchestra. which I approved. It's now called the BBC Philharmonic, which I don't understand why that's been necessary, but there we are. So that was a long-running series and brought some very famous conductors to the podium. So yeah, it's a lot of memorable music making in the hall. So I'm very fond of it. It's always sort of, since the 50s, been part of my life. I always feel when I go in, it's wonderful, one of the best things in the town. And a few years ago, it was my birthday on the Friday, and my daughter, who works in Morecambe, arranged to have afternoon tea at the Midland Hotel, which is a splendid Art Deco building on the prom. And then we came back for the concert, and it wasn't a particularly nice evening. And it ended with the Sibelius Second Symphony, which was absolutely wonderfully played. And so I thought that's, that seemed to be what hall has always meant to me, a place where you can have a great musical experience. So, yes, I hope I'm sure it will survive, but it's strange now to think it's heading for its centenary is upon us. One other thing about it, there was a smaller hall, which I think it was called the Windsor Suite. It has several names. I ought to remember to come on, and that was used for smaller ensembles, and it was very good acoustic. That was excellent. And then they put a false ceiling in, and they turned it into what is now the cafe, which again I didn't think was the best thing to do, but it's very popular. So when you go down there now, it feels very claustrophobic, whereas it had a stage, it's proscenium and the balcony, and so chamber orchestras would play there. I don't think we ever had any chamber music there that I can remember. That would probably be in other venues, but I think it's called not the Assembly Hall, and the Windsor Suite was one name for it. And it was below the main hall. And then there's another one which has been out of use for years, as far as I'm aware, and that's at right angles to the main two. And that was used for concerts. And I did check in 1961, the Music Society and members of the BBC Northern Orchestra broadcast from there. It was an unusual choral work by Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, one of Bach's sons. And that was a national broadcast. Whether it's in the BBC archive, I don't know. I suspect it's probably been discarded, but it would be nice if it had survived, if anybody had a tape of it, because the BBC actually are very glad if people have got things that has been accidentally discarded, or but it's like archiving things. Also, of course, going back before my time there, there was a national broadcast of Messiah, and I think Kathleen Ferrier was one of the soloists in it, and possibly Peter Pears. But I don't remember that. I was only a child when that happened.
What year was that? Sorry.
I think it was 1946. I think it was 46. I think there were two years when it was broadcast nationally from. Another memorable occasion, I think I've got this right, was when Sir William Walton, who is a Lancastrian, and his Second Symphony had its world premiere at the Edinburgh Festival. And then the second performance didn't take place in London, it took place in Blackburn. And he conducted, I think. But I wasn't able to go at that time. But I remember a lot of people had gone along expecting something like Belshazzar's Feast, or, well, sort of more popular things he wrote, and a lot were very disappointed by it. So some of the stories I remember, Sir Thomas Beecham came, again, before my time in the hall, and I understand the orchestra sat on the stage most of the afternoon. Nobody knew where he was. And he appeared about 15 minutes or so before the concert, you see, and was met at the top of the stairs by the chairman of the Leisure Committee. I think it was Alderman Stirrup and a few others. And and said, "Oh, Sir Thomas, we've been." His response was, "Are there any more of these bloody steps?" So, and then he went onto the stage and announced that, made some excuse that he would, and they would play a slightly different program. But it was such a good partnership between him and the orchestra that no one would ever know there'd been perhaps a shortage of preparation. So I'd love to have been at some of those concerts, but you can't attend everything. And of course, it's also the home for the Music Society, which goes back. I think it's over 100 years old now, the Music Society. For many years, it was conducted by a man called Tattersall, Horace Tattersall, who was a very dedicated musician. And they gave not just the Messiah, which was an annual event for the town, but there were other concerts as well. And then he was, when he retired, he was succeeded by Dr. James Easton, who was a very accomplished musician. I think he taught at the Royal Northern College, and he brought a lot of new works into the, and happily it still survives today. But I don't think they perform. I tend to, the last Messiah I attended was in the cathedral in the centre of the town. So a lot of memories, and what things I've heard from other people who were present. In fact, a friend of mine who died 2 years ago, he kept all his programs from the 1940s, and he remembered it made a huge impact on him when he first attended, and I think it was the VE Day concert, so at the end of the war in Europe, and it was Beethoven's Fifth Symphony and the Verdi Requiem, which is an amazing program. And he said he was completely knocked sideways by it. And so I'm hoping his archive will have survived, because I shall give it to Rebecca for the Hall's archive. And I remember he attended the last time that Sir John Barbarolli conducted in the town. That was in 1969. He died the following year, and sadly I couldn't go. But that ended. He ended with the Sibelius Symphony. So I hope these programs have survived, and then the Halls, will have a good archive from that particular period. So that's most of my memories of it. So I hope I'll have a few more years attending concerts when we get rid of this wretched pandemic. I hope we can sit again and enjoy music.
Yeah, I can't wait to do that again. I'm just interested in, you mentioned about the acoustics. Could you just explain perhaps a bit about what it was like, sort of,
it was more
the 50s?
resonant.
Yeah.
It was more resonant. And people who've played in the hall have said that they feel, particularly string players feel it. There has been a change. I think it was due to it being used for other things. Of course, I mean, obviously, classical concerts are only one part of it. It's like an important one, but the one time there was wrestling matches there, I think, and they installed these drapes which didn't do the sound any good. And then it was repainted once, and that had an effect on. But it's so subtle. Wherever you are, this kind of thing, it was more resonant, and more of a ring to it, which helped, particularly the string tone. And the other thing, on Saturday evenings, it was the main hall was a dance floor. And it's where all the best girls went, you see. So so you had to be a snappy dresser, and sort of. But that was, I think, most Saturday nights that happened. Concerts tended to be on a Friday. That's quite traditional. And my school speech night was there and it always ended with the school song. With the organ, this great organ, which I never really liked, was thundering out. And, we had this raucous sort of singing. But a lot of things happened because there was a serious fire. And that meant almost rebuilding. The behind the stage was completely altered, and that's not helped, I don't think. So I'm glad I remember it as it was originally built. And but I mean, still go and enjoy things there. But this is a consensus issue with acoustics. You know, recording companies have to search. Often they find a friend of mine who's a recording engineer, as one of the London churches he's recorded in, and he says it's so. And it was St John's Smith Square, which is Georgian, and said sometimes the sound is so lively. If it's a very bright day, they have to draw the curtains, or other times it's quite soggy and depending. So yeah, it's I suppose the only other drawback is that it's quite near what was, well, not so much now, but there was a police station near. So, you know, police sirens might, in the middle of a slow movement, might not be welcome. But yeah, it's on the whole, that from extraneous noise, it's very good. It's not near a railway or aircraft, or traffic tends to be reasonably light around there. So is anything else I can?
I'm just thinking, you mentioned the dances. Did you go to those on a Saturday night?
No, I didn't. No.
Oh, okay.
I think I was too young. It's never one of my interests, but I knew lots of people who met their wives there. But there were other places which were, one might call them dives, which you avoided. But that was it's probably quite expensive, I would think. But it did have a live band. It wasn't recorded sound. So yes, I know at least two people who met their wives in King George's Hall. Yeah, but can't think of anything else that might be of interest.
No, I'm just thinking. So you mentioned briefly about the fire sort of changing things. So can you just briefly explain to me, because was it the shape of the stage that changed or something after the fire?
No, the stage is the same. I'm pretty sure it's behind the stage where it rises up to where the organ console is. People would emerge to perform from a little tunnel underneath, which is rather attractive. There's a nice little lamp over, and they appear from out of this tunnel. And but above it will be permanent seats where the chorus or audience members would, like I used to do as a schoolboy. The fire was in the organ. It was virtually destroyed. Whether it's still playable, I just don't know. But I always thought it was a monster anyway. But I remember school speech night particularly. But I think I was also involved in some speaking in the hall. It was, I remember it being, you didn't have much trouble projecting yourself into the auditorium. But yes, it's a fine. I'm sorry the other two halls are not in use, you know, but I mean they're very popular. The restaurant it's very nice to go and have a drink there and before, but it was well, one thing I remember about the smaller hall under the Windsor Suite, I think it was the Polish Chamber Orchestra came, and it was an absolute disaster. For a start, there'd been some misunderstanding. They couldn't get in the building, and they got in at the last minute, and then they started to, the concert began, and there was a bar alongside on the balconies, and they were crashing about with bottles. The noise was terrible. And then someone dropped a handbag from the balcony onto the floor of and then people were being admitted. And this woman with these very sort of heavy heels on clumped her way in. And eventually the conductor stopped the program. And they were horrible. And no one had been in charge. The people who were there were not present. So luckily, my friend who I mentioned, who was on a counsellor at the time, and he managed to sort things out, you know, went into the bar and said, "You must stop now, there's a public concert in," and they apologised to them, but it was one of the whole disasters.
Sounds a bit chaotic.
It was, yes, but that was unusual, I must say, you know. I don't think that would happen with Rebecca.
Yeah, definitely not.
Should be on the ball, yeah. But it wouldn't be nice to arrive at a venue in a coach to have to stand in the street for a couple of hours till someone was found to admit you to the hall. And
Yeah.
but yeah, it's have you visited the hall
Yeah,
yourself?
so I've been once. I'm planning to go in the next couple of weeks. So but it's a really, really lovely venue.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just wondering, do you know anything perhaps about sort of before your time, thinking going back even to like 20s, 30s? Do you know anything about sort of what went on at that time?
I mean, musically or generally?
Both, if you know anything.
I think Neville Chamberlain came in about the time of the Munich crisis. He gave a public address there. I think it was in, like, it will be what, 1938. The Halley first came to play in the 1920s. I have a very early program. I think it's 1923, and it was the Halley under Hamilton Harty. I just knew people who'd attended it and attended concerts in those days, but they were, quite elderly, and they were said it was. I don't know how often they came, and I don't know if other orchestras or ensembles played there, but it's right from its opening. It's had an orchestral series. On the popular side, I remember in the 50s, Danny Kaye appeared. He was a great American entertainer. And I mentioned, I think the young David Bowie appeared as well. But there's always been plenty of popular entertainment there, albeit from wrestling to pantomime. And I've not had much to do with it for that. Certainly not wrestling, anyway.
I was going to ask if you'd been to the wrestling.
No. But yeah, well, perhaps we will meet when you come up.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get everyone who has been interviewed for the project to come and see the exhibition and kind of have a bit. Well, I mean, I've done every interview like this, so over the internet. So I'm hoping to finally get to meet everyone in person soon.
Right.
So the exhibition will be in September. So.
What time in September? We are away on holiday at the end, the very last week.
I think from about the 10th. So
that's
for the Heritage Open Days. So it's,
of course, that's fine. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to try and make something a bit more permanent as well. So yeah, we'll see. Depends what Rebecca and all the staff want. So yeah. I've just got one final question for you. And I've kind of asked this to everyone, thinking about maybe going forward, how do you think that King George's can sort of survive another 100 years and past beyond? See, I'm just thinking like into the future, how do you think King George's can survive, basically?
Well, I mean, I think probably undoubtedly will with the popular side of entertainment, but as with so many concert giving organizations, the audience is diminishing. It is most definitely not what it was when I first knew it. It is declining. Often the side balcony was hardly any people were in that. One time it would be full. It's quite worrying, really. But then it's not just Blackburn. This applies even at the Bridgewater Hall. I mean, the Bridgewater, you can a sort of midweek concert. Unless you're unlucky, you can usually ring on the day and get a ticket. Whereas that, although if it's some big work is being performed, then you obviously have to book. But even there, it's not good. People think the prom concerts in London. I've been to those, and there've been lots and lots of seats. Obviously, the first night, the last night, they do well and will continue to do so. But it is quite worrying, really. You don't see as I don't think it's rose-coloured spectacles. You don't see as many young people. a lot. When I first started going, there were lots of people, both here and in Manchester, of my own age group. But it's not the case now. But it's well. But again, it's not just in the UK as well. We were in Chicago in 2019. We went to 2 concerts at Orchestra Hall, which is in the centre of the city. I mean, the Chicago Symphony is a world famous orchestra. And, you know, we've no difficulty getting seats. We pre-booked them. But, you know, I would say the support was, you know, massive. So it's pretty general, I think. But it will. I hope it will survive. I mean, the town has lost enough buildings over the time I've lived here. It's done a lot of damage to its heritage, but I'm hoping the whole will remain untouched. Someone did suggest that it was demolished and a new conference centre built, but there was such an outrage that he was nearly run out of town.
Imagine.
I can't see that happening. No. It actually stands on the site of there are a few photographs survive of that area, and it was a slum area, a notorious slum. And first of all, the buildings to the north of it, which was the police station and the magistrates' court, they were built first, and then the hall and I think when it went up, the foundation stone was laid, but it would be delayed throughout because of the war as well, the First World War, its final completion. But otherwise, internally, it's not altered much. The great lamps which hang down, and it's very Edwardian, which I love because I live in an Edwardian house. It's a favourite period of mine, and so I'm about 20 minutes walk from the hall. So it's very good that I don't have to bother about parking. I can walk down and bike. So yeah, it's. I can't think of anything else that of note. I'm sure I will remember something, but I'll tell you when we talk.
Yeah, just one final thing. Actually, I've just thought of something else. If you could just sum up briefly, sort of what the hall means to you, I'd really be interested to hear that.
For me, yeah, it's an anchor to the town, to what, you know, it's a great comfort to go there. It's part of Blackburn that's unaltered, apart from the acoustic, but I always feel, you know, a great joy when I go into the auditorium. It means a lot to me, and I hope I can have a few more years attending things there. Yeah, it is a very important place to me. I'm very happy when I go there. So I can't. So yeah, I'm sure many other people feel the same about it. It's just if we could interest young people more, that would be. I'd like to think that would happen. And but then the uncertainty about funding as well is as most places have this now, this difficulty. But we'll keep going. We have a very good sponsor for the concerts. He's very generous. So, but well, just hope for another century for it.
The vacancy at King George's Hall came up for I think it was an assistant house manager, which I applied for, and again, you know, very fortunate. Consider myself very fortunate to have got that post, which led to a career that spanned 4 decades of the 10 so far. So very privileged indeed, and enjoyed every day of it.
Cool, thank you. That's a good overview of where you started. So what did that first role entail, and sort of how did you manage to progress through that?
It was basically being an integral part of the house management team, and doing the pre-event inspections, you know, documenting everything to make sure that we're safe to open, and then assisting the house manager in the running of events, until after 6 or 12 months of bedding in, they trusted me to front of house manage an event on my own. So, and so from there really. And then I was again fortunate that there were other opportunities for progression along the way. I had I became a promotions assistant, but we, as King George's expanded, but the role of house management was still in the job description because we needed, as we were doing more and more events, we needed a bigger house management team to call on so that we could fill the rota. And then in 2002, I was fortunate enough to be initially seconded to Darwin Library Theatre to manage a little 200-seater arts and entertainment centre over there. And then in 2010, I came back to King George's Hall at the time that quite a few of my colleagues were leaving, and was fortunate enough to get the post of marketing and events manager, which I stayed in that role until I retired in November 2016. So it was 33 years spread over 4 decades. Very enjoyable.
Good. In lots of different roles as well. I thought you were just in the same or in a few roles, but it sounds like you've done quite a few. Yeah.
I mean, the most enjoyable aspect was always the programming. Again, I was very fortunate to work with a lot of like-minded people who wanted to, keep Blackburn on the map. It had been on the map since long before we all started. And it was our job, really, our duty to keep Blackburn on the map. Very difficult because, with all respect to King George's, venues of that size are considered to a penny in the industry. Promoters and artists have a very generous choice of where they want to play. So we had to keep making sure that our sort of hat was in the ring with the major promoters. And like I say, fortunate that myself and my colleagues made sure that we were all well placed with those promoters to attract those acts. One of the things that I remember very, very distinctly is sort of the satisfaction when you've been holding a date maybe for a promoter or an agent for some considerable time, and more often than not, the name of the artist was embargoed, so you perhaps had a hint of who it might be, but you weren't allowed to tell anybody. And then the sort of euphoric high fives with your colleagues in the office when the promoter or agent finally confirmed that you can go ahead, announce that show and get it on sale. So that those are my major memories, and what made the job so enjoyable.
Can you remember any acts in particular that that was a moment for?
Thankfully, too many to mention. Yeah, like I say, it's very, very tough persuading acts to come amidst all the competition. So any major name really was extremely satisfying. We didn't kid ourselves that we would be able to get the kind of volume of major names that a city venue would get. But for a town the size of Blackburn, I always thought we, punched above our weight and still are doing today.
Yeah. Yeah. Was there a time, do you think, when that perhaps became more difficult to get bigger names?
Yes, when the arena circuit suddenly emerged, we noticed a big reduction in the calibre of acts that we were being offered. But having said that, there were acts that came back to the we considered the King George's Hall to be in what we used to call the City Hall circuit. There was a lot of places like Newcastle and Bradford that all had concert halls very similar to us, all of a very similar capacity. So it was a bit of a circuit apparently in the 70s. And so in the 80s, we were still part of that circuit. We got brushed aside for a few years because of the emergence of the arenas. Because what we found as well is that acts a UK tour would suddenly be a lot less number of shows than it used to be, because they were playing to bigger capacities. They were making the fans travel to them instead of them visiting every town in the UK on the tour. So, but as I say, the encouraging thing was that despite the success of the arenas, there were still a lot of acts that took a step back after doing the arena tours and came back to our size of venues, because and one common thing that they all said was it was the intimacy of the venues of our size as opposed to playing the vast arenas and some of them stadia. So, it was sort of taking them back a little bit more to their roots, playing in the small intimate venues. So that was good for us, because it meant that when we thought that we'd lost bands, they would now outgrown us. Every now and then, one would come very unexpected and play a smaller.
And would they approach you for that?
It was normally done through a promoter, but we also did try and keep in touch with all the major agents. But we tended to find that all the best acts were given to the UK's leading promoters. So that's why it was important to foster relationships with those main players, so that when they were deciding where the tours were going to route, that we were at least in with a shout.
Yeah.
I'm happy to say that like I said, we did that, and we continue to do that to today.
It was actually a tradition that I came into. They've been going to the pantomime. I'd say probably about 3 years before I arrived, when the head teacher at the time, Gaynor Stubbs, who's now retired, she started the tradition. We are a Church of England school. But we do celebrate all faiths, and the Christian element of Christmas involved the pantomime. So over the years, the whole school, in recent time, the last 7 years, 420 children. Before that, half of those all walked down to King George's Hall. There were never any coaches. We all walked down. The children looked forward to it greatly. We didn't have any or very little resistance against the concept of a pantomime in the Muslim faith. They were all very keen for the children to go. And yeah, we walked down every year, and every year we walked back uphill. And the only year that we've missed that I can recall is last year for COVID. I can't think of another year that we've missed. There was one particular year where we hurriedly had to organise coaches. I can't just remember how long ago that was, but it was absolutely torrential rain and no way could we have walked down. So we hurriedly organised coaches at a cost of around £600 just to get the children to the pantomime. We've always had the same seats. I always book it round about January for the following year. So we get the whole of the ground floor and then the top part of the balcony. And for that reason, they always get, it's always one of our children that get called up onto the stage, and and then they end up with like a selection box and goodies, and they do look forward to that. Over the years, we've seen a range of different pantomimes, mainly Disney based. And there's one character, and I don't know what he's called, but he's been in the pantomime forever. And he's always the chap that he comes off the stage and he swings over all the audience, all the children. And he's played all different parts. I'm not sure whether he's still there, but he was great, and I don't know what his name was. But yeah, it's a tradition. We're booked in for this year as well. And it's the children look forward to it, yeah. The staff do as well, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, do the staff enjoy it as well?
Yeah, the staff enjoy it. The whole of the staff walk down, obviously with the children, and a great time's had by all. Some pantomimes have been better than others. Cinderella is one that sticks out in my mind as being excellent. You know, really, really good. Like I say, some have been better than others, but the children enjoy all of them.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to ask a bit more about how the children react to the pantomime. So what's it like to take them? I can imagine an atmosphere.
Yeah, so the atmosphere is brilliant. So they get involved with they get very much involved with who's behind you and he's behind you and that sort of thing. There are obviously some children who are frightened of it. We've had a few tears over the years from some children, but in the main they thoroughly enjoy it and they do look forward to it, and they take away lasting memories of. I was talking to an ex-pupil just last week. She's the daughter of my admin officer, and she's 16 now, and because she was in roundabout school when I was talking to you on the phone, and I think she said her favourite was Cinderella, but they do remember it. You know, they do. There are memories that they take away with them. Yeah.
Lovely, thank you. And then yeah, finally, you've kind of touched upon this, but like the tradition of pantomime at Christmas. Yeah, how is that sort of? Yeah,
as I say, we are now very much an Asian heritage school. I think it's about 97% now. But we are a Church of England, so we celebrate all faiths. So we celebrate Eid, we celebrate Diwali, but we are a Church of England school, and we're very keen for that concept to be taken on board. And part of it is Christmas celebrations, and obviously along with the Christmas celebration comes a pantomime. And it's a tradition that it will carry on in this school. It's a long-standing tradition, and we've got very strong links with King George's Hall in regards to the pantomime, and we're very keen for that to continue. Yeah.
Lovely, thanks. And are there any other sort of stories or anything that stick out to you from over the years? Any pantomimes that, apart from Cinderella, that have just been really good?
They've all been good. Some have been excellent. I can't just recall. I haven't been down every year. I've been one of those staff that have stayed back, because over the years I've been to lots of them. In recent times, I've stayed back in school, but the children always come back. When they come back in through the doors, they're so excited. They've thoroughly enjoyed it. And it's not even about the theme, I don't think, with the children. I think it's just about the concept of the pantomime and getting involved with the cast. So not one particular one. Cinderella was very good, but not one particular one actually stands out more than others. And like I say, we all look forward to it every year, and we're thoroughly looking forward to it this year, because of course we couldn't go last year.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, is there anything else? Perhaps maybe I've kind of ended every chat and interview with this question, sort of like, so how can King George's remain sort of relevant, I guess, going forward and obviously going into the future? You said that you're looking forward to carrying on and coming every year. So
yeah, I mean, we're keen to support King George's Hall. Obviously, it's a local business, and I think without the schools, not just Wensley Fold, lots of schools go, and I think without the support of local schools, maybe the pantomime, might cease to exist really. So we're keen for that to continue, and as long as I'm here, I'm going to make certain that the pantomime goes on. So yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Okay.
Is there anything else that you'd like to add at all? Or?
No. I think I've covered everything. It's always been about the children. The pantomime is part of the Christian celebration of Christmas, which we're keen to, for the children to learn about. Like I said, we do celebrate all faiths, and over the years we have had very little resistance from parents, and when we're keen for that to continue. And pantomime is a tradition, and lots of schools go. We're quite a big school now. I'm not sure whether 420 children from other schools go, or it's just certain year groups, but we as a whole school have always gone down and continue to do that.
Yeah, that's really nice that it's the whole school. I really like
It
that.
is fantastic. It's really good. Yeah, it's been going on for years now. I've been here 21 years. I think it was about 3 years before that the previous head teacher started it. They're very keen. The other thing they were keen, I've just got to tell you this, the deputy head, who has since retired too, was very keen for the children to walk. A lot of the children, oh, no, miss, I don't want to walk. Like, come on, get them legs, we'll miss the start. And then walking back up, after the pantomime was always, you get some children, they're lagging behind. So she was keen for the health bit of the walking to come into it. So that is another tradition of walking. It's never been, apart from that 1 year when it was truly torrential rain, that we had to organise coaches. But apart from that, we've walked there and back every year. So it gets the children's hearts pumping, it gets them fitter, and they're always excited when they come back. So,
Let out some of that energy by walking.
yeah, absolutely.
Are you far away? How long was the walk?
I'd say it was about maybe 2 miles, 2.5 miles maybe. It's quite a walk. It takes about 40-45 minutes to walk down, a bit longer to walk back up, because it is uphill. It's all downhill going down, and it's uphill coming back. But we're like a snake. It's a snake sort of journey with staff like each and every stage, and we use the zebra crossings, and they get to learn about the pressing the button for the green man and things like that on the way down to keep it a bit more exciting for them. So, but yeah, Mrs. Draper, she was called. She was, well, she's still called, but she's got the children power walking up and down, and that's another tradition. We simply couldn't afford coaches. It would be far, far too expensive to transport that many children down. We've been very lucky with the weather. We've walked down in snow, we've walked down in ice, but never torrential rain, which is that particular year that cost a lot of money to get the children down, but we weren't going to cancel it, so we did it for that year. So that's another tradition I hope continues, that they walk there and back. Yeah.
And do the school pay for it, or is it something that the parents pay for?
No, the children pay. The parents pay. It's subsidised. King George's Hall subsidise it for schools. I think it was £4.20 per child. No, it wasn't. It was £8.50. I'm just being told. £8.50. I think it was years ago £4.20. They pay. They do pay. It is subsidised, but the children all pay. We don't pay for the pantomime. They contribute towards it. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That's good to know. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have anything else that you'd like to add, or?
No, I think I've covered everything there, Laura. Like I say, it's an enjoyable time of the year anyway, Christmas time, and it's always in the last week of school. The pantomime is always in the last week of school. It's always on the Wednesday before we break up on the Friday. And the children are excited about the whole week, the Christmas parties, etc., the plays and the pantomime. It's just a fantastic week, and it just wouldn't be the same without the pantomime. So I do hope that King George's Hall strive to the best of their ability to keep it on. It'd be great.
Yeah, so I'm been always into Northern Soul from the 70s. I used to go to Blackpool, to Wigan, all that lot, and then King George's Hall decided that they'd start holding these big Northern Soul events, and it's such a great place because there was the 3 halls. So the main King George's Hall was like traditional, like Tamla Wotan, Northern Soul, and then there was the Windsor Hall for, you know, strict Northern, just Northern Soul, that, you know, Northern Soul people know about the usual records and stuff. And then they had the rare Northern in the small Regency Hall. Now, these events, they didn't start till 9 and didn't finish till 2:30 in the morning. And it got so big because it's obviously a fantastic wooden dance floor. So people would bring the talc and proper, you know, the old-time Northern Soulers, they would come on coaches. So it got to be a really big event. They weren't just coming from Blackburn, they were coming from everywhere, down south, Midlands, everything. And so when you go to Northern Soul events, a lot of people still have deal in the records, so they lay all those out as well, so you can actually purchase the rare Northern Soul records. I mean, it's such fantastic nights, because at those, people they're not really interested in drinking too much other than soft drinks, and yeah, you can have a drink, but it's all about the dancing. So they were proper cracking nights, and they really took on, you know, it became known. Now, I think they were still going right up till COVID, and they used to be like every 3 months or something like that. So that was good as well. So the people that, you know, from your area, that we all used to go Northern Soul dancing and events from the 70s, you would see them in there. So it was a good place to meet up as well. Really loved those. So I do hope they continue with those, because there's definitely a market out there for those. Yeah.
And what was that like, walking into King George's for one of those nights?
Oh, it just took you right back to the 70s, where you started all off, and people, they'd have the badges on, like the Wigan Casino, Twisted Wheel, Blackpool Highland Room, and they come in with the kit and the towel and all the clothes, and it just gives you goosebumps. It's just amazing atmosphere to actually go back there. And you know, younger people now are learning the Northern Soul dancing, because there were younger ones went in, and obviously everybody's dancing this Northern Soul dancing. So there are places you can go to actually learn Northern Soul dancing. I mean, I never went anywhere to learn it. You just picked it up as you went along, but it just gives you goosebumps. It's just amazing. And you know, the people you see there, that it's just a passion. It's just a way of life, Northern Soul. So I couldn't go without saying a bit about the Northern Soul events there, because me and my friends, and we've been to loads of them, I do hope they continue, because it just takes you right back. It's just memories. It's reminiscing and dancing. So as soon as you hear those tunes come on, you're just up there dancing. Yeah, it's great.
And what kind of dances did you do? Can you explain to me a bit about that?
Well, it's just Northern Soul dancing. It is a way of dancing. So, I mean, well, back in the day, the lads, they did the backflips and everything. It's like, I can't even explain it to you. It's like, I mean, you're not videoing me, so you just dance to the music, and you put your one foot in front of the other. It's just dancing on your own, but backflips. Girls used to do twirls, used to have big skirts on, twirl around, used to have flat shoes. You're going to have to Google it, Laura. You're going to have to Google this Northern Soul dancing. If you want to go to an event, they do one at Blackpool as well every May, but they've again cancelled it. It's called Dancing on the Carpet. So, do you know that's how Blackpool Tower works, the comedy carpet mat? You know, Blackpool, they've got it's called the comedy carpet, and every May, spring bank holiday, it's a Northern Soul event. And again, people come from all over it. You don't have to pay. Just get on there and do all your dancing, and you'll see people doing the traditional Northern Soul dancing.
Cool, that's really interesting. And what sort of clothes did you used to wear when you went in like the 70s?
There were 70s things. So you'd have a flared skirt, like a 3/4 flared skirt, like you had checks on, little skinny vest tops, big belt, like I said, flat shoes that you could dance in. We used to have feathered hair back in the day, like it was all like long hair, and you used to get it feathered and everything. Just comfortable clothes, because you used to get really hot. So that's why the lads used to have a bag with the towel in. They didn't just have the towel in, they had a few like uppers, so a few like pills to keep you going all night. That just went with the thing, really, to keep me going all night long, really. It was just buzzing. So yeah, really good memories of that.
Cool. Anything else you want to add about Northern Soul?
Well, I'm still trying to go to events, again, up to being locked down, you'd see them advertised and go to them still to have a good dance to those tunes and stuff. But I do hope they do continue with those when we're all back to normal, because, must have been a lot of money on that. When I remember before, the last one I went to, the £10 a ticket, but well worth it, because like I say, you're not going to go in there and you're not going to be drinking and drunk, you're going in for the music. So that's why it made me laugh on the other transcription I did, and he just said you didn't need to do anything with them. It were like babysitting, because people just there, just go in, dance. Yeah, really good dance floor in there.
Would people go like on their own as well, or and like make friends?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You could go on your own. If you go to a function, a Northern Soul, and you want to dance, if you might be with a partner or something doesn't want to dance, you just get up and join the group, just all dance together. It's so friendly, and you've just gone back to that day. It doesn't matter whether you know him or not, you just get up and dance to that music. It's a really good crowd. Yeah.
Okay. And so did you interact with King George's much while you were at school?
Yes. There are one or two points I've got in my scripted material about that. Yes.
Yeah, can you tell me about those times?
Right. Well, the very earliest recollection I have of King George's Hall was when I would just have gone to the convent, to the preparatory part of it. And my aunt's brother, who was my great uncle, lived in a rather palatial house in Blackburn. He ran a very sort of successful business. And I was invited once a year to go there on Boxing Day. And normally it would be that it was a party, but there'd be many grown-ups, and I don't remember much about those. But I do remember that as a Boxing Day treat, I was taken to King George's Hall to hear the Messiah. And that is my first recollection of anything to do with King George's Hall. I'd be about 9 or 10. 1944 or 1945, because those are the two Messiahs at that time that were on Boxing Day in King George's Hall. And Kathleen Ferrier, who became eventually very closely connected with my life, sang in both of those. And the sad thing is that I don't remember the singers. I was too young really to take them in. And they were very well-known singers as well. And the fact that it I have sort of proved since that it was an occasion when Kathleen Ferry was singing, makes me feel that a very important later part of my life, the seeds were sown then for what would happen. So that's something I remember from very early on. I've discovered since that there were 30 tenors in the choir on those two occasions, which is very unusual. Nowadays, you're lucky if you get about 10 tenors in a choir, but there were 30. It was a very large choir. There were about 150 singers then. I've gathered all this from programs, of course, that I've got. And then from 11 plus, when I was at the Notre Dame convent, I joined the school choir and became very interested in singing in the choir. And we often went to King George's Hall for the Blackburn Music Festival. And the choir would sing in the festival. And I would hear older girls singing in the solo classes there. And I remember thinking, oh, wouldn't it be lovely if one day I could take part as well as a soloist? And I still remember songs that we sang then. And I loved singing in the choir. And then the next memory that I have, a vivid one, and this is connected with school as well, is when I sang a solo for the first time. And it was at the Notre Dame Convent's annual prize giving, which was held each year in King George's Hall. Many local schools have done that over the years, of course. And I was asked to sing a solo verse of the national anthem from the stage in King George's Hall. Obviously a nerve-wracking experience, but it set me off for life, really, because singing has been a very important part of my life. And I also remember being on the stage to collect 3 prizes, one of which was a lovely volume of Shakespeare's plays, which I still have. I was looking at it the other day and I've kept it in almost perfect condition. And I got that on the stage there.
Can I just ask how you felt when you were doing your first solo on the stage? How was that sort of the lead up to doing it?
I remember I was nervous, possibly not as nervous as later. I think as you grow older, you become more aware of all the things that can go wrong. And I must say, I used to be very nervous before I sang. Usually I manage to get over it, but there are times when that doesn't quite work. But I know I was very proud. And the fact that it was the national anthem sort of made it even more exciting, I think. And it certainly set me off on a path that have followed all through my life, really. Shall I go on to my next memory?
Yeah, sorry, there's a couple of things in each one that I want to pick up on. So if I interrupt you, that's why. But carry on, please.
Yeah, right. Well, I'll refer a bit later to the 4 years that follow after I was 18. But Blackburn Music Festival, I've already mentioned, became a very important part of my life. And all the time when I was singing in solo classes, King George's Hall would be used for many of the classes. And I was fortunate to sing on the stage there on 2 occasions when I won the Festival Rose Bowl, which I at the time was very, very pleased about. And I remember that I had begun teaching then, And I used to take, when I won a class, I used to take some treats the next day for the staff, like biscuits or something like that. So they were always pleased if I won something. And I was able through that to meet famous composers and pianists and singers who adjudicated at the festivals. And eventually, when I stopped doing the solo singing classes, in 1986, I began to teach singing, and I'd qualified in my spare time to do that. And my pupils then were competing in King George's Hall, and I still felt nervous for them, having felt nervous myself. You never knew whether you wanted it your name to be called up to get it over with, or whether you should sigh with relief when it wasn't your name that was called next. So, but it was worth it. And it was for some years after 1986 that they carried on having the festival in King George's Hall, but then they moved elsewhere with it. So that's another memory connected very closely with King George's Hall.
Could you just tell me a bit about what the Blackburn Music Festival was and sort of how it would go?
Well, the festival had three parts. It had a dancing section, which I assure you I was never qualified to be able to take part in. I was never very good at dancing. Then they had the music part, and they had a verse part, which had acting in it and reading of poetry and so on. And I never entered that. It was just the singing. And choirs entered. I sang with the Blackburn Music Society choir there. And the Music Society is another very, very important part of my life, which was closely associated with King George's Hall. I had 4 years away from Blackburn at Birmingham University, where I read English. And there I sang in university choirs and in the Guild Theatre Group, twice yearly operas. And I loved my time there. And much of it was musical, even though I was reading English, it didn't make any difference. And when I came back, I managed to get a good post teaching English at Accrington Girls High School. And I think I'm right in saying that the day I joined Blackburn Music Society, which was a Monday, was the day in which I started teaching. So it was obviously a very eventful day that Monday. And so I joined Blackburn Music Society in 1957, and I'm still a member even now. And I think that I could definitely claim to be the oldest member now. It took a time for me to get to that stage, but I think I've reached it. We used to rehearse weekly in King George's Hall in those days. And I've sung so many famous choral works there. Occasionally as one of the soloists with them. There were 4 occasions when I was a soloist with them, and I was very proud of that. And I've sung so many famous choral works there. Wonderful, memorable concerts in a wonderful hall. And when I joined the choir, King George's Hall could seat 3,000 people. It's very much fewer than that now because they've made many alterations. And for the Messiah, we could sell out the tickets for it. And I used to sell them to sixth form girls at Accrington High School. And I remember on one occasion, I actually managed to persuade one girl who was very reluctant to buy a ticket, which she did. And I was in the library between the shelves, and I heard a voice asking somebody, "Is Miss Alexander there? I wanted to give me money back for my ticket." And that was very wicked. I stayed hidden. And she actually therefore did go. And afterwards she told me that she was really pleased she'd gone. So I did the right thing in the end. Really, I can say that singing with the Music Society in King George's Hall has been one of the highlights of my life. It really has. And I feel King George's Hall is just as important in it as the Music Society, if you know what I mean. We had some wonderful occasions. For example, we had a Verdi Requiem with special guests, Princess Margaret and Lord Snowdon, who were not exactly seated high up, but they had special seats. I don't know whether they enjoyed it or not. I obviously didn't ask them. Also, we've had special concerts for our conductors, Horace Tattersall, who lived in the same road as I did, just 4 doors up. And I learnt to play, well, not to play snooker, but I learnt to understand snooker, because I used to often, if I could see him in the front room watching television, I would knock on the door and he said, "Oh, do come in. It's snooker at the moment." And he'd explain it all to me, and I've kept that knowledge ever since. And he was a lovely man, was Horace Tattersall. He conducted the choir from 1940 to about 1978. So it's about 30 years he was the conductor. And we did wonderful things with him. There were broadcasts and so on. And then he was followed by James Eastham, who was equally wonderful. We did many very ambitious but successful and exhilarating concerts, and those were in King George's Hall. Another aspect of the Music Society is that they, in 1934, when they began, they had an orchestra as well as the choir, some of whom were amateurs in the orchestra. And I remember one occasion when we were rehearsing The Dream of Grontius, and a poor young man, he'd not be 20, he was still in his teens. And he, at a very, very important moment, when the soul of Grontius is just about to pass into the hands of the Lord, in the rehearsal, this poor lad dropped his instrument and it made the most appalling clatter. And he looked as though he could have died. I've never forgotten that. Then we started having professional, I don't mean because of him, but we started having professional orchestras eventually. So that kind of thing didn't happen. I suppose it could have done though, couldn't it? We had many famous conductors over the years from 1934, not that I was there for all of them. Sir Malcolm Sargent, Sir Henry Wood, Charles Gross, John Barbaroli, conductors like that. And they used to have professional recitals and orchestral concerts that the Music Society organised to be held in King George's Hall. And when I was growing up, my great aunt worked for the firm which was just across the road from King George's Hall then, which did the booking of performers for the in conjunction with Blackburn Music Society. And one tale which was often told that happened before I was old enough to join the choir, the then Blackburn Music Society secretary apparently was directing Sir Thomas Beecham to where he needed to be for rehearsal, and she accidentally opened the door to a cupboard and ushered him in. But she lived to tell the tale, so I have to hope he found it funny. And there were also promenade concerts that the Music Society organised, and the choir sometimes would sing in those, and other times we'd sit on the floor of King George's Hall where the seats had been moved because it was a promenade concert, as it were. And I doubt very much I would be able to sit on the floor now. I think they'd never get me up again. And then once we stopped promoting concerts, we were asked if we'd like to provide the stewards for the concerts that King George's Hall organised. And I organised the stewards for each concert. And often they were young musicians, singers particularly, at schools in the area, who were delighted to be able to come and help with the stewarding. And there's one of them I met again recently when she, on one or two occasions, took rehearsals for the Music Society. And she conducts quite a number of local choirs, particularly in the Preston area. And she told me that it was coming to steward at the King George's Hall concerts that gave her the ambition to become a conductor. And obviously she succeeded. So she thanked me for having, sort of, as it were, put the seeds of the idea in her head. They still have these orchestral concerts there and have had some wonderful performers over the years. We did other things sometimes in King George's Hall. A good example is that in April 1984, we had a special Golden Jubilee dinner for the Music Society in King George's Hall itself, with all the chairs moved, of course. And the Bishop of Blackburn and the Mayor were there as special guests. And after the meal and the formality of all the toasts, there was dancing to Noel Wilson's Foot Tappers and the disco. And carriages, I gather from the special invitation that we got to the meal, were arranged for 1 a.m. Those were the days, eh? That moves me on to what I would think of as being the second part of my life in connection with King George's Hall.
Can I just ask, sorry, going back, I've just got a couple of questions. What was that like for you performing at King George's, say coming from being in backstage, obviously coming out onto the stage? How did that make you feel?
Oh, we always felt nervous beforehand, of course. I, in the early days, would be on the back row with friends that I kept for years. One or two of them, I'm glad to say, are still alive. And I have a lot of photographs with us on the back row, where I think sometimes we were probably rather more talkative than we ought to have been. And gradually, as the years went on, I, as it were, progressed to the front row. But I didn't, in a way, enjoy it as much there. It was too close to the orchestra, for one thing. And for another, it wasn't as easy to be naughty in rehearsals, was it? So, yes, you'd feel nervous, but once it had started, the concert, you just got swept away in the excitement of it, especially when we had big orchestras playing with us. And we used often to use the organ that was there, which was eventually removed. And of course, there's no sign of it now. But we used to have the high voices sitting on one side of the choir and the lower of the organ, and the lower voices sitting on the other side of the organ. And I always remember in the Messiah, there were occasions when the organ was sort of warming up, ready to start playing, the whole stage would be reverberating. It was a strange sensation. And then we'd have a wonderful solo or a wonderful choir piece coming. And it's all part of my memory of singing there. Not very easy on the steps, though. They had raised platform there. And eventually, before we, for sensible financial reasons, had to move to other places rather than singing in King George's Hall. But it eventually got to the stage where, although I didn't mind climbing up them, I wasn't very keen on climbing down them because there was nothing to hold on to. So from that point of view, it was better being on the front row. So those were lovely days, those early days. I taught for 28 years and decided, for various reasons, to take early retirement. One could in those days. And I taught for 28 years. And during most of that time, I always said very firmly, I never wanted to be on a committee. I couldn't understand why people wanted to go to committee meetings. Well, something changed quite radically. In the last few years before I finished, it was as though I knew that I was going into a different type of life. And I started becoming involved in local societies and found myself not just on committees, but in positions like secretary or chairman, and sometimes helping to form new art groups. So it certainly became a very different part of my life. And in the rest of what I have to talk about in my life, I've looked at it from the point of view of when I was involved in some way in King George's Hall. And for every single one of them, one way or another, King George's Hall was involved. The first one of these was what when it was established was called Blackburn Theatre Trust, which raised money to turn the Empire Cinema, which I attended as a small child because I lived down on Bolton Road in those days, near the Rovers. And I eventually became a season ticket holder. And I think it's because of Saturdays when I could tell from the cheers and the groans in the distance exactly what was happening in the matches. And I was the company secretary of that for about 22 years. And twice we held fundraising events in King George's Hall of a very different style from the ones I'd been used to. The first was in 1999, which was called the Ken Dodd Spectacular. Do you remember Ken Dodd?
Vaguely.
Right. Well, he was very popular at that time. And there was local talent in it, including two of my former singing pupils. And Ken Dodd was the main attraction in the second half. And if my memory serves me right, he entertained the audience for much longer than we had anticipated in the second half. And we had, as it were, to end the show eventually so that people would be able to get home that same night. And I gather that he often did that. He was generous with his time, obviously. And the other event was a fundraising pantomime, the fifth that the Blackburn Theatre Trust had produced to raise funds. And that was performed in King George's Hall. And I was involved in the writing of the script for that. And that was certainly very different from anything I'd taken part in before at King George's. And the next development was that, having been involved in the Blackburn Concert Society for many years, because I used to sing in some of the concerts, I was involved in its transformation into what at first was called the Blackburn Piano Week, which was held as a biennial event at first, with the first two piano weeks held at the Blackburn College. And in 1991, it was decided that the pianists that were being engaged were of star quality, and they needed a bigger hall. And so in 1991, 1992 and 1993, some or all of the concerts that the Piano Week organised were held in King George's Hall. Names like Peter Donahoe, Arturo Pizarro, Alicia de la Rocha, and so on. And obviously Martin Roscoe, who was the president of the society. And all of those appeared in King George's Hall then. But in 1994, the Piano Week moved to Stonyhurst College Theatre, and it became the Ribble Valley International Piano Week. So obviously that didn't take place anymore in King George's Hall. The next group that I became involved with was the Blackburn District Arts Council, which was formed in about 1979 to allow local arts groups to join and to help them to talk to each other and to find ways to find financial help and so on. And the first of several BDAC arts festivals was actually held in the King George's Hall complex. So we were using the whole area for that. Many of the local societies joined in and, as it were, showed their wares to the public. And the grand finale was on the stage of King George's Hall with the Mayor and Mayoress of Blackburn, who were special guests for it. And that brings me to the last group, which is the Kathleen Ferrier Society. And as I mentioned right at the beginning, the seeds of this were sown when I went to the Messiah in my youth. I didn't know at the time, but I obviously knew later. Kathleen Ferrier, the famous contralto who became known worldwide, died in 1953 when I was 18. I just discovered her voice and her close connections with Blackburn. I was in my first term at university when she died, so I could not attend the special commemorative concert that was held in King George's Hall in October 1954 with Sir John Barbaroli and the Halley Orchestra and Blackburn Music Society. Obviously, I wasn't a member then. I still have my copy of a memoir which was produced by Neville Cardus of Guardian fame for his criticisms of music and of cricket, which he adored. And I still have what I thought was the first edition. It was published in September 1954 and given to me as a Christmas present in 1954. But I realized, looking at it more closely the other day, that I had the third reprint of the first edition brought out in that same year. That shows how well it sold. She was born actually in Higher Walton in 1912 near Preston, but her father was appointed as head of St Paul's School and the family moved to Linwood Road in Blackburn, and she lived in Blackburn for 20 years, which is why we do tend to say she's a Blackburn girl. I know Higher Walton dispute this. And as she grew up, it became clear that she was musically talented. She attracted attention first, though, as a pianist. And in her teenage years, won prizes and gained high musical qualifications. And her family, apparently, often attended orchestral concerts in King George's Hall. So here we have the link again. And it was doubtless a source of great family pride. And when Kathleen twice accompanied professional artists such as Styles Allen, the some singers will still remember, in celebrity concerts in King George's Hall, and she received high praise in local papers for her playing when she was only 18. Her first singing lessons were given to her in Blackburn, and when her singing career was launched, she remained loyal to her Blackburn roots by singing in 4 consecutive Messiahs, including the renowned broadcast performance. And of course, it was one of those that I went to when I was about 9 or 10. My interest in her singing and her career lasted through to a momentous day early in 1993, nearly 40 years after her death, when Robert Langstaff from Cheshire, whom I didn't know, rang Blackburn Library in connection with his job. And as his work request was being dealt with, he casually asked for a local contact with the Kathleen Ferrier Society. But they couldn't find any trace of one because there wasn't one. But my name and contact number were given to him as a possible source of information. And we decided that we would create one. Most fortunately, the local council was delighted to help us and to join in. And with their help, financial and physical as it were, information was sent to many countries in different languages with leaflets that they produced. And the Kathleen Ferrier Society was created by the end of that year. We had a first gathering of 150 members that had joined in that time, including members from overseas. And we gathered together in the December of 1993 at the Moat House Hotel, which doesn't exist anymore. As chairman of the Music Society, which I was for 18 years from 1985 to 2003, it was not a difficult task for me to arrange the high point on the Sunday, which was a grand finale concert in King George's Hall with Winifred Ferrier, her sister, in the seat of honour. And there have been several occasions since then when the Music Society and the Kathleen Ferrier Society have joined together to produce concerts. And Robert and I, as founders of the KFS and as joint chairman, which I suppose is confusing as it was a chairman and a chairwoman, but you couldn't really keep saying that, could you? Gathered an enthusiastic committee, and we soon had planned the first of our annual bursaries for young singers, which was a focal point of what we wanted to do. The first competition was held in King George's Hall in 1996, and it's been held there every year on the last Sunday in October, the month in which Kathleen Ferrier died. Sadly, of course, because of COVID, we couldn't do it in 2020, but we did have a Zoomed version of the bursary. And we decided reluctantly that because of COVID, even though they say we're coming out of it, we decided we would play safe this year as well. So we are organising to hold that towards the end of the year on Zoom. And because of generous donations and legacies, including one from Winifred Ferrier, we are now able to award a £3,000 bursary to singers who usually average about 20 years of age, a second prize of 1,500, a third prize of 750, a Norma Proctor Song Prize of 100, an accompanist prize of 100, and finalist prizes of £100, which we give in the name of Stella Collingwood, who spent many days over the years in King George's Hall as the secretary of the Blackburn Music Festival. So all these links are coming. The day at King George's Hall begins at 9 o'clock with the first singers' rehearsal. The competition then begins at 10, and usually with the final and presentations, it's about 9:30 p.m. before we finish, and even longer before we've cleared everything up and got away. It's a long but very exhilarating day, and it's hard to believe that our first bursary winner is now 26 years older than he was at the age of about 20 as a second-year student in 1996. They're no longer youngsters, are they? And we've heard so many wonderful young singers in King George's Hall, ones who are now famous and are singing at Covent Garden, Glyndebourne, the Promenade concerts, famous opera houses abroad. And we keep up to date with what's happening to them and tell our members in newsletters and so on. And I'd like to say, finally, that the Kathleen Ferrier Society members are most grateful for the many years of unfailing support from the King George's Hall staff since 1996, without whom we could not hold a bursary Sunday. The facilities are ideal for the day. There's so many backstage rooms available for rehearsals, for the singers, showers for the singers and for their accompanist and for the judges. There's a small kitchen for making hot drinks. And not least, for many years, we had Blakey's Bar, where the lunch hour and the tea break, we had warm and comfortable surroundings and everybody met and talked in a relaxed atmosphere. And many of the singers, in fact, have remained friendly over the years since they met students from other colleges. And instead of feeling that they didn't like them because they were rivals, they talked to them during the day and they found friends. And that was another good thing that was achieved. And then in the evening, we had the Ferrier Bar, appropriately, which has paintings and various suitable, you'll have to cut that out. There are various things on the walls which are connected with Kathleen Ferrier. And that keeps the audience happy while the judges are deliberating about the prize winners. And to conclude, I hope that I have demonstrated how King George's Hall has played an important part at many stages of my life. I couldn't believe it when I started to think about this, when I was asked if I would cooperate. I couldn't believe how easily my life fell into sections where King George's Hall was important. And I hope I've demonstrated how important King George's Hall is to the town. Long may it flourish and long may it hold its vital place in the culture of Blackburn. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. I've just got a couple more questions. I know
Yes.
you've talked for so long, but it's really interesting. You mentioned way back about some of the changes that the building has undergone. Can you just talk me through some of those and sort of how that perhaps impacted what you were doing at King George's?
Right. Well, there were obviously far more seats downstairs and more in the balcony area. They made changes which meant that they could have a cafe upstairs and better facilities up there, better facilities at the back. They had the raked seating that they often use for concerts and so on downstairs, which can be shuttered together and then moved away. But that never used to be there. The seating went right to the rear, underneath the balcony. I gather from the local newspaper that it's just had an overhaul in the last couple of years to make sure that COVID at least has been helpful in one way. And the colour scheme is all finished, which all sounds very good. And obviously the development with Blakey's Bar was one that came about, and the fact that you could go through from the entrance hall, you could go through straight through to the bar, and lifts have been put in. There are all kinds of ways in which the place has been improved. Downstairs, where the Windsor Hall was, I can't remember whether it's still called that. That has been improved very much over the years, so that there have been many changes. So, as I said at an earlier point, they don't seat as many as they used to, but they probably seat them more comfortably.
Okay. And do you remember anything about the fire? It's in about, I think it's about the 80s, sort of with the organ on the stage.
Yes, I do. Obviously not enough to have thought to mention it, but I know there were things that occurred around about that time which were not the best. I think perhaps I better not mention the one I'm thinking of.
Okay, fair enough.
It wasn't caused by me or by actually any of the Music Society, but I think I better not mention that one.
Okay. Do it off the record.
Yes, that's right.
And then, yeah, just one final question. You've kind of touched upon this already, but I just wanted to ask what King George's means to you. Having perhaps reflected on your life, what do you think King George's means to you in your life?
I hope that through what I've said, it means that it was the place that enabled me to be able to experience great joy over my life. And I hope that I shall never forget all that's happened there. You know, it's and I know that others, say in the Music Society, would agree totally with me. Singing is so exhilarating and can be so moving, and it's good for you physically as well, as I, as a teacher, would be able to tell you. And oh no, it's been a vital part of my life. And I think so many of the things that I've talked about couldn't have taken place in Blackburn if we hadn't had King George's Hall. So thank you is the best thing I can say. Is there anything else?
No, that's it. I wanted to ask sort of now how you were feeling having gone through that and sort of, yeah, reflected a bit, but thank you.
My dad was a local joiner in Blackburn. My mum worked retail. She worked for the co-op for many years. Typical working class north of England. Grandparents were all mill people. I grew up near the football ground in the back of Blackburn Rovers, and so always had a strong affiliation with that. And as a kid, always heard about King George's Hall. My dad was also a drummer and played drums in the pubs around town as a kid, and they'd always gone to dances at King George's Hall, and it was the centre of town, it was the centre of cultural life as a little kid. And I always tell people that it's kind of everything seemed to be black and white and grey in the 50s when I was a little kid. And up until about 1965, when the Beatles really took off, then the world turned to colour. We got colour television and everything changed. But I have a lot of memories of those older days. I never went to King George's till 1970 when I was 15 was the first time I went. I went out to little teenage youth clubs and things like that around town. I'd been involved in high school. I got involved in the school dances, and I was the DJ and on records. Listened to Radio 1 when it first went on the air, and I was just big. I totally taken by pop music and the whole scene. So when I finally made it to King George's, 1970, was on the recommendation of a girl at school who told me this new band was playing there one Sunday night in October, and I should go. And that was T-Rex Unplugged, and it was the same weekend that their first hit single was released, By the White Swan. And so that was my first experience, and that was it. I was just completely drawn into the live concert thing, to the point that I somehow managed to fake a career out of putting on concerts.
Do you think there was? Sorry. Do you think there was a big sort of music scene in Blackburn at that time?
Blackburn had a big music. Blackburn was had been a music centre. I know from if you look at the old newspapers in 1955, I think, when the Bill Haley film came out, the high school one with Rock Around the Clock in it, there were stories about riots in the movie theatres, tearing the seats up. So it had a, it was ripe for a pop culture following. Working class, blue collar is what makes that happen. My cousin, one of my cousins saw the Beatles with Roy Orbison there, and tells a story about a girl running on stage and taking Roy's sunglasses off that night. And she got engaged that night, the night the Beatles played, which I think was 63 or 64. And I was talking to my aunt. I have an elderly aunt who lives here in the States on Cape Cod. I was telling her about this project, and she said before she emigrated to Canada in 57, she'd seen Lonnie Donegan at King George's in 56. Lonnie Donegan and his skiffle group as an opening act. So, it was there really early on. If you look at the tours that went through, I was just looking, there is a great King George's page online at a site called Stars, and it's 45worlds.com, and I was just looking at it. And in 62, I mean, it's just amazing if you're into the music stuff. Bobby V headlining, Brenda Lee headlining, Jerry Lee Lewis, and just and the people who played there. The American acts are what interested me. That came through Jerry Lee, Roy Orbison, Dusty Springfield. I mean, lots of stuff in the early 60s. And then it must have quieted down in the mid to late 60s, because I don't remember a lot until that T-Rex concert came up. There were some other shows that year. Joe Cocker had been there, I think, in 1970 as well. But after that T-Rex concert, it livened up for me anyway, from 70 through 73 when I left, 73, 74, I saw tons of acts at King George's that were on their way up and had long relationships. And it was a great venue.
Who did you see?
I saw Bowie there on the Spiders tour, which was one of the best nights. Still one of the best shows I ever saw, because it sticks in my mind, because I'd seen a couple of concerts by then. I saw Fleetwood Mac there in 71, which was the original blues lineup. Peter Green had just left, and it was kind of a scrappy, put-together concert. And then I think I saw Hawkwind there that same year when they were starting out. But Bowie, the weird thing about the stage in King George's is that the pipe organ and everything, the choir stands, were always on the stage, so it wasn't really conducive to putting theater style productions in. in that room. But Bowie kind of shows you what theatre could be in rock and roll, with costumes and things like that. It was the first real show of that, and that just really got to me. So I got involved in going to shows after that. I saw Steel Eye Span in there early on, out the Alex Harvey band. God, who else? Yes, Yes were pretty local. John Anderson, the lead singer with Yes, was from Accrington, so they were always kind of in the area. I didn't see much going on. Actually, on and on. And then I ended up at a point. I went off to college to do electronics, and I'd be back in Blackburn on the weekend. And then when I got out of school, I worked for a while at a record store in Blackburn, and that really is my best story is Queen coming into the record store when I was working there. I was probably 18, and they were opening for Mott the Hoople at King George's that night. And I looked up their history. That was actually the second night of their first ever tour on the road. And they came in the store and asked us to put their album cover in the window that afternoon to try to push some ticket sales, and gave us tickets for the show. But it was the band. They all came in. They were kind of making the rounds to try to get some interest. So that was pretty cool, because none of us knew who they were or really cared. I was a Mott the Hoople fan.
That's so cool. That's really interesting. Were you kind of like linked, not sort of formally, I guess, but like working in the record store, and obviously you're really involved in that music scene. I just think,
We weren't, because we were kind of in awe of King George's. We were just, that was just like I'd been a Mott, and I was into the hippie stuff. I was more interested in hitchhiking to festivals, and I went to Bickershaw for the Best for the Great with that up in Wigan in '72. That was a big 3-day festival. I went down to Lincoln in '72. I went to the Buxton festivals. There was a little town outside of Blackburn, Clitheroe, with a little castle, and they did pop festivals from 1970 through '73 on the castle grounds. And I saw a lot of very cool bands there. I saw a band called Brinsley Schwartz, which was Nick Lowe's first band. And then in recent years, I ended up over here working with Nick's ex-wife, country singer. So it's all kinds of weird connections, but I was just around a lot of it. King George's was sort of the straight conservative, because they didn't just do concerts; they did civic meetings, and it's the police station is in the same building. So we were always a little bit wary of that, especially in the early '70s when everybody was first doing naughty things, So I turned 18 at the time I was going there, so we first started drinking. Although we'd been drinking underage, there were a bunch of pubs right around King George's that were all the sort of hippies and rebels, and whatever we were, rebels without a clue used to hang out. We'd have our regular rounds and then go down to King George's to see a show, and get out as fast as we could. But
I'm really interested. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I'm really interested that you said you were a mod and then a hippie, sort of. Can you just talk me through that a bit, sort of how that sort of.
Well, it was trendy,
What you listened to.
When I went to school, I went to Everton High School in Blackburn, which was a new experimental comprehensive school at the time. It was a big experiment of the Labour government. It was actually, frankly, it was a bit of a disaster. I know that Lee Mack ended up going to that school way after I left. Lee Mack went to Everton. He's the only famous person that went. And I love him. It's great. But yeah, and it was a brand new school, and they thought they were progressive. And we had a very cool teacher who started a dance club, old time dancing, waltzes and beliefs, stuff like that. And I went because I like girls, like anybody who got into Christmas. Only got in because they wanted to meet girls. So, and they were limited on the number of records they had. And I think 2 years in, I think it was probably 12 or 13, they didn't have much pop music. And I was just getting interested in records. Would have been 1967, 68. I'd been a Beatles fan even as a kid. And I remember they used to kick us out of school on rainy days, and we'd all go get wet in the playground and, learn to smoke cigarettes and stuff. And we all thought we were mods, we were all haircuts and mods. And I came up with the idea of doing dances at lunchtime and charging threepence to get in, so we could stay in out of the rain, and I could use the money to buy records for the dance club. So that's how I started building my record collection. And then I used to DJ at the local dances, and then a mate of mine and I would go and do Saturday nights at the youth clubs and lug these portable record players around on the bus and all the singles. And I just got into it. I just used to buy my records at the jukebox stall on the market. And so we were into that as mods. I like the mod music. We all liked soul. Northern soul was a big deal at the time. And there was a Mecca dance club. We used to go on a Saturday afternoon and dance to soul records. So we all thought we were cool little mods. And then I think I got disillusioned when I got off to college. Maggie Thatcher was the Minister of Education at the time and started cutting all the student grants. And things were tough and there were no jobs. The early 70s was rough. And I got involved with the Students' Union and started growing my hair. And like many of us did, and going to pop festivals. And we all just became hippies. And I started hitchhiking off to festivals and doing all that stuff. Till I eventually hitchhiked away from Blackburn and never went back.
Was that quite a common sort of progression to go from being a mod to then being a hippie in like?
I think so. I think, the rockers went. I had a lot of friends who got into the skinhead thing in school, and there was always been a division in sort of music and sports and jocks, and I was doing the DJ and the electronics thing in school, so we were kind of like everybody in our business, we were the nerds. It's just the way it is. You go one side or the other, and so all those guys, the football players and everybody, all became skinheads, and I'd see them at the football matches, and they'd come and chase us around because we were hippies, and give us grief. But Blackburn was very much like that. Blackburn was a tough town. It was always been a tough town, always been a rough town. So there'd be, King George's had a rap. There were fights, there was trouble, there was everything that goes along with rock and roll was there.
How do you mean it was rough? Like, can you just tell me a bit more about that?
Well, it's a working class town. There's football, I think in the 70s, especially the 50s up through the 60s, the culture had been so controlled by business and the mills. You there's always a big line about us all having that working class chip on our shoulders, and it's very, very evident in most of us. And I think it goes back to the culture of the Victorian times. Blackburn's very typical with hills all around it, and the big houses are up on top of the hills, and the row of houses are in the bottom where the mills are. And if you came from down in the bottom, you were working class, and you kind of, learn to either fight your way out of it or get into it. It's just always been a tough area. And I don't think it's a bad thing. I think a lot of us have come out of there and done okay. I'm certainly glad to be from there. That's people always ask me what Blackburn's like. I say, it's a great place to be from.
I can see that. I think did like sort of the impact of like the mills closing and sort of that downturn in industry, did that have an impact on sort of youth, I guess?
Oh,
like
yeah. I mean, the prospects getting out of school in I got out of school in 1971. I went to college, and at the time there were barely any jobs posted. The mills had closed. New industry was kind of coming in, and the options just seemed to be, straighten up and go work at the bank, or if you weren't athletic, football was always an option. You could be a football player. And I think growing up with the Beatles from the 60s early and recognizing that, all of a sudden the Northern accent was accepted by the BBC and stuff. You could look at being a pop star. That was another option, or the Merchant Navy. So I'd taken the path to opt for the Merchant Navy and go to be a radio operator and go to sea. So I went to a college in Fleetwood that Lancashire County Council put together for Navy training. And it was very fortunate. It was good for me. It was an all-male college. But we found out that there was a student union fund there that hadn't been tapped. So I started putting on dances and booking groups and becoming a bit of a radical. And had 2 good years there stirring trouble, which seemed to be what we were all about at the time. We were all reading left-wing newspapers and unionized and into all that stuff. And we were all anti-Thatcher, and that's what we did.
Can you tell me a bit more about like being political and stuff and how that was?
Yeah, well, I remember
related?
the stuff coming out of college. I remember we were out because we were affiliated with Lancaster Uni at the time, the union was. And we'd just fired up the student union, and several of us wanted to get active, even though we were in a all-male college that was not Royal Navy, so we weren't military, but we were kind of expected to behave like officers and gentlemen, I guess. But that wasn't. We were busy growing our hair and getting into quite a bit of trouble. And so we marched with Lancaster Uni on the strikes. I think there was 3 strikes in the 12 months I was there. That Thatcher was the Minister of Education, and it was the year that she cut the school milk program and wanted to start cutting the student union grants, and student grants. So, and there were no job prospects. Jobs were just, even the industry I was going into was changing so radically. Radio and electronics, things were becoming transistorized, printed circuit boards, computers were being developed. So felt like we were in this old world of learning to use valve radios, Morse code. I remember doing Morse code 20 hours a week to get ready to go to sea, and this antiquated system that was just changing every 6 months. So it was a big defeat, and there just didn't seem to be a lot of prospects. And go home to Blackburn, and the skinhead movement was pretty prevalent, and they'd started getting involved in the National Front. And there were big immigration things going on in Blackburn at the time, which a lot of the mills, that was a lot of the problem. A lot of Indians, I don't know if you know the history, that Blackburn and Darwin was one of the places that Gandhi had visited on his trip. And that always made that connection. And I had a lot of friends in school, a lot of Indians that were coming through. And I remember being involved in a couple of demonstrations in Blackburn where cars were set on fire, and the National Front would be out marching, and we would all go out as the sort of hippies and put together a counter rally and go and get involved with all the college students. That's what we did. I don't know whether we did it because we were that political or just because there was something else to do in this area. It's better than going to the football,
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think, was it sort of, I get the impression that, like, obviously with immigration coming in, sort of the National Front, obviously that like reaction, how was that sort of growing up in that, or like sort of being in that atmosphere? You sort of said you perhaps weren't that political, but I guess you must have been to a certain extent, yeah.
You were well aware of racism, I wasn't that. My parents were very liberal, in that they'd entertained. My dad had worked for the town as a joiner and in the construction stuff, and we'd entertain and housed guys from Nigeria that would come over on work programs and foreigners. So I wasn't that conscious of any race. But when it blew up, we were. I remember the school system when we first went in. There were very few immigrants in the first year in school, and then sort of by the time I got out of there and did my GCEs, there was probably 30%, 40% immigrants. It was that period where it was a lot coming in, and there was a lot of resentment. There was a lot of resentment of people taking jobs, working for less money, putting people out of work, and I got that. But at the same time, I was hopefully educated enough to be aware that, you know, to me it was just a payback. We had, you know, the British Empire had done its dirty deeds everywhere, and as they say over here, payback's bitch. So somebody's got to pay somewhere down the line. I was just aware of that, and I think that's what a lot of the frustration was in living in one. You know, I was always aware of wanting to get out of Blackburn. But the redeeming thing was always King George's and concerts. It just turned me on to a whole method, a way to escape, something I wanted to get into, you know, and gave me a taste of it that I don't think I would have had if, you know, if Blackburn hadn't worked the way it had, if it hadn't had that cultural history, and I've learned more about it in all the years I've been away. In fact, more recently, as I've gotten older, I've read more and more about Blackburn and how valuable it was to you know, the Industrial Revolution and how things built out of there. And it has a rich history, and the fact that they spent money on giving us culture was a big deal. We didn't think it was at the time. We thought, oh, I'll go see Hawkwind next week or whatever. But just to have that available was really pretty good. It certainly gave me some hope to get out.
Was it quite accessible in terms of like money and ticketing and things? Is it something that you would save for, or something that was available?
Well, tickets were pretty cheap, and I've had this conversation, you know, because as I told you, I've been in the business over here now for almost 45 years between nightclubs and theatre, and running my own venue. And one of the noticeable changes I was talking to somebody about was that back then, the acts really had to sell themselves to build an audience to buy the records, and the money was all in records. So the tickets were pretty cheap and accessible, because if you were T-Rex or David Bowie, you might not really want to be on the road, but the record company was funding you and sending you out there to promote your product. Now it's a whole turnaround. All the products are free online, and the tickets are expensive, and people do save because now they want to see the act live that they've been hearing. Back then, they were really trying to sell to us. I remember an American band playing at King George's very early on. There was an all-girl band called Fanny, an American all-girl band from the West Coast, and for them to suddenly appear in Blackburn was like headlining. What's this about? But there were full-page ads in the New Musical Express and Melody Maker for this thing, and they were a great band. It was a band that continued to follow. It did very well, but so it was very much a different market in the early 70s. They were selling on there, and so in terms of getting tickets, yeah, you'd save. I mean, I was working most of the time. I'd go to the show, but it'd still be a good chunk of your pay. You know, I think I was working at a record store for, I don't know, £12 a week or something.
And how much would a ticket be?
A ticket was, I think I paid 50p for T-Rex. I know I have a Fleetwood Mac ticket somewhere for £1. And we'd go to these festivals. I think Bickershaw, which was a 3-day festival, with the Grateful Dead headlining, was £2 or £3 for the weekend. You know, which sounds ridiculous now. I mean, my tickets here are $80 or 60 quid. So, it's 100 quid for shows here. So
that's changed a lot then.
yeah, but you know, again, this becomes something of a student of it. And again, and I'd try to work at King George's. I remember we'd go, and they'd always need extra guys at the front of the stage, security, so we'd jump in. And I think I did a couple of shows there. I seem to remember working the night Slade played there, and that was nearly a riot. That was a wild show there. Yeah.
I've heard a lot about this, but I don't actually know So what happened on that night? I've heard a lot of people talking about it.
It was louder than any other show that I'd ever been in there. And it was loud. And it you know, Slade were a skinhead favorite because they took the clothing style, even though they were really just a good loud rock and roll. And it was loud, and they stirred people. There was a lot of drinking, a lot of craziness that night. So everybody kind of mucked in. It was a good one. I did just think of someone that I will send you a link to. One of my best friends is a guy called Howard Foy, who was the reporter for the Evening Telegraph at the time, and reviewed a lot of the concerts at King George's. And he's still active. I still talk to Howard. He's a good guy for you to